Good morning, everyone. Good morning. And welcome to the 2025 International Women's Day Forum. We are thrilled to have you here today. This event is hosted by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation in partnership with the U.S. Department of State. My name is Shanique Street, and I'm the Executive Director of Programs at the Foundation. I lead our efforts focused on community resilience and economic empowerment. At the U.S. Chamber Foundation, we believe in harnessing the power of business to create solutions that benefit America and the world. Our International Women's Day Forum is an opportunity to highlight the crucial role that the business community, public sector, and nonprofits play in advancing issues related to women and girls. We're also here to celebrate some of the many ways women and girls contribute to their communities. Now, throughout the day, we will use the Slido app to support the interactive nature of the event. Let us try it now. Please take out your phones and scan the QR code that's located on the screen. It will appear shortly. We're going to start with a word cloud activity. So the question for you are, what are you most looking forward to today? Please type in one word, and I'll give you a moment for that. Okay. So as you're doing that, I'll continue. But once again, what are you most looking forward to today? Today, we will delve into the economic impact of investing in women and girls, whether that's a local business owner that's trying to scale their business, a mother who's managing her career while caring for aging loved ones, or one of the nearly 50 million Americans who cannot afford a stable financial future because they lack a usable credit score. Empowering women and girls is key to the global competitiveness of American businesses and to our nation's future. By investing in supply chains, small business, financial resilience, and leadership development, we unlock a reservoir of untapped potential that can drive economic growth. We will celebrate the remarkable achievements of women and girls and explore opportunities to continue this vital work. And I just want to take a moment to look at some of the items of what you're looking forward to today. I see networking, learning, connection, inspiration, presentations, wealth building, and many more. So thank you all. We're also excited to see the discussions and presentations today and for us to network and spend time with each other. We'd like to extend our heartfelt thanks to our partners and sponsors. The State Department, our strategic partner, Edward Jones, ExxonMobil, Synchrony, Kimberly-Clark, and Sunbelt Rentals are wonderful sponsors. And a special thank you to Just Iced Tea for providing our culinary experience today. Okay? Some housekeeping rules. We encourage you to stay throughout the day to hear from our inspiring speakers and panelists. Don't miss the reception afterward for more networking opportunities. We've taken your feedback to heart and aim to make this event more interactive. So throughout the day, we will use the Slido to conduct surveys and gather your key thoughts on key issues. We encourage you to use this tool, and we will all learn from one another today. Which brings me to another Slido question. So when you think about women's economic impact, what's the first word that comes to mind? So we should have our QR code present again. And while that's coming up, days like today are essential to celebrate the progress, potential, and positive impact of women and girls. Thank you for joining us at the International Women's Day Forum, and let's continue to make a difference together. Oh, opportunity, growth. All right, I'm seeing those words pop up. All right. So now with that, it is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker of the day, Kat Fodavat, the Senior Bureau Official in the Secretary of State's Office of Global Women's Issues. Ms. Fodavat leads a dedicated team promoting women's rights and empowerment through U.S. foreign policy. Her work focuses on women, peace and security, countering violent extremism, economic empowerment, and preventing and responding to violence against women. With over 20 years of experience, including roles in the State Department's Bureau of Conflict and Stabilization Operations and the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, Ms. Fodovat has been a tireless advocate for human rights globally. We're honored to have her with us today. Please join me in welcoming Senior Official Kat Fodovat.
Increase access to education. Because when women move forward, the world moves with them.
Testing. Okay, good morning, everyone. Very excited to be here and kick off the morning, the session, the forum today. So my name is Allison Rana. I'm the Executive Director for the ExxonMobil Foundation, and I'm very excited to be here with all of you. Our first panel is talking about building an inclusive trade strategy. And so what I noticed was interesting about the Slido was those talking about wanting to connect, wanting to talk more about women's economic empowerment and how it relates to opportunities and growth. And that is exactly what we're here to talk about today, is really how can companies help women-owned suppliers access more of the global markets. And so with us today, I'm excited here on stage with me is Sarita Vanumbeka, who's the COO for We Connect International. And then joining us virtually, we have three panelists who are women-owned suppliers who work with We Connect. First, we have Kathy Chang, who's the president of WS and Company and Redwood Classics Apparel based in Canada. We have Ayako Mochizuki, who is the owner, president, and COO of IBS Japan, which is an import-export business. She actually operates from the US, so she does it remotely. And Rika Agusmelda, who is here from us from the middle of the night in Jakarta, Indonesia, who is the founder and CEO of CMM Translation. And so I want to thank all four of you joining us here today, and Rika in particular for being up in the middle of the night. It just shows that their interest and dedication to this subject and interest in this topic were really important, and they really wanted to share their stories with all of you today. So I'd like to start with Sarita, who, again, is our CEO for We Connect International. Can you tell us more about what the organization does and how it helps entrepreneurs access the global markets?
Thank you, Allison, and good morning, everyone. And thank you also to the U.S. Chamber Foundation for inviting us. And I think we're starting the day off with a really important topic, which is around women's economic empowerment, as Kat has spoken about, and the multiplied impact of that. So the history of We Connect International, we were actually co-founded 15 years ago by some of the largest US companies in the world. And our CEO, Elizabeth Vasquez, is the co-founder of that along with the US companies. And primarily, we were founded in order to drive more money into the hands of women-owned businesses, which some of you are represented here today, along with the panelists that we'll meet. And we do this using three pillars. The first pillar, in fact, all these three pillars, as I was thinking about it, you've actually mentioned it earlier on what you want to get out of this event. You spoke about connections. That's one of our pillars. You spoke about learning, capacity building. That's our second pillar. And you also spoke about networking. Well, that's our third pillar around community building. And we do these three pillars through various programs. For example, in connections, one of the challenges that we have from women-owned businesses, we hear all the time, is lack of access to markets, lack of access to opportunities. Because at the end of the day, women businesses want to sell their products. but they're really looking for buyers. And We Connect International, being a member-based organization with over 200 corporations, some of the largest companies that you're very familiar with, they're looking to source from women businesses. But the question is, where are they? So we were created to find women businesses, identify them, get them ready through capacity building programs, and connect them with our member buyers. So that's a connection pillar, the aspect. And on the women businesses side, they lack access to opportunities. And so we do the connections, ensure that women businesses know where these opportunities are. And on the second pillar, there's lack of know-how, lack of knowledge. That's some of the most common challenges that women businesses face. So we provide capacity building programs around the world in order to get women businesses ready to do business with our corporate buyers. And on the other end, on the buyer side, buyers are also looking for knowledge on how to engage women businesses into their supply chains. And let's be very clear here. This is because corporations are looking to gain access to local markets to build stronger supply chains. So it's really important to engage with women suppliers. And the third pillar around community building. One of the challenges and the barriers to growth is around networking, lack of access to opportunities to network. So through the various programs, We Connect International drives that provides opportunities for women to network with each other. We have over 21,000 women businesses in our network and growing every day. And it's actually free to join this network. And we do this basically to ensure that women know how to network. We provide pitching, the elevator pitching programs, and we provide opportunities for networking. And in fact, just to give you a real-time impact of that, in preparation for this event, 3 of our panelists themselves have become suppliers of each other or buyers of each other. As we were preparing, I heard one woman business talk to the other one saying, oh, you know what, let's connect afterwards. I might have a need for your business. And we also heard from one of the organizers of this event saying, you know what, I can see myself going on their website and buying one of their products. So the power of networking is very powerful. And it's all about having that opportunity to be able to do that. And the other programs that we have is around certification, which we're going to talk about later during the day. So that's basically what We Connect International does, and it really resonates with exactly what all of you said earlier on what you want to get out of this program. And we're seeing that common theme throughout the world on the challenges small businesses, women businesses face throughout. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarita. I think it was nice that you are able to connect both what We Connect does and already how it connects in with our suppliers and the immediacy of, they just talked for the first time last week. And already in what's it been 3 days, they've been able to identify opportunities where they can connect through that. So it shows the power of that connection in a very quick way. So I'm going to turn to our panelists now. I'd like each of you to talk about what your businesses are, the journey that you've been on, and becoming a business owner, and what that process has been like. So Kathy, I'm going to kick it off with you.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Good morning, and thank you for bringing me in. Super excited to be here. So my name is Kathy Chang. I'm the president of WS & Company. We're a premier apparel manufacturer that is proudly producing on North American soil for close to 40 years. So I also founded our factory's in-stock apparel line, which is Redwood Classics, when I became my father's business partner back in 2009. We really specialize in supporting influential global and lifestyle, corporate and designer brands by focusing on quality, speed to market, flexibility, and really our collaborative approach in terms of how we do product development and bulk production. I got involved with supplier diversity about 10 years ago, and actually it was through a distributor of ours and was looking for some corporate branding. I didn't know there was such a thing. I didn't know that there was support there. And I'll continue on as we go through on the panel on the journey, but it's actually been quite life-changing for me, both personally as well as professionally.
Thanks, Kathy. Okay, if we could turn it over to Ayako.
Are we okay?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Well, hi. Hi, everyone. So my name is Ayako Mochizuki. I'm the owner and the president and CEO of IBS Japan. And IBS Japan is a Japanese trading company. My mom and dad started 38 years ago. And we import data communication products mainly from globally, but mainly from Taiwan and the US. And typical products are networking switches. You probably not, maybe some of them may not be familiar, but protocol converters and computers, so those what they call IT products. And those products are being used in industrial settings, like we say smart factories, smart energy, and smart railways, and places like that. So I took over the business 10 years ago in 2014. But I moved to the U.S. when I was 22. So I've been living here for over 35 years, and I still continue to live in the States 2/3 of the time a year. So I go to Japan 6-7 times a year to basically to manage employees and customers. And so I've been doing this for since 2014, so about more than actually 2013, so over 10 years. And my son was like 5 years old at that time. So, because I remotely manage my employees, I needed to change the structure of the organization with a management style. So this is before COVID. So my mom and dad, they were always there daily, micromanaging the employees locally, and told them pretty much what to do. But when I took over the business, I wasn't there, so I really needed to empower my employees. So I reset the mission, vision, value, changed the management style to more of an empowerment style, and basically I paid the pay scale and stuff like that, and so that people are more self-driven. So COVID hits in 2019, and because the traveling was restricted, so I couldn't really go to Japan that often. I stayed there more often, but the time was different. But anyway, when the COVID hits, my employees basically decided what to do, what's best for the companies, what's best for their own selves, for their health, to protect themselves. So adaptation to changes was really, really quick, and because people were actually deciding on their own. So not because of that, maybe not. That's not the only reason, but since 2013, our revenue pretty much doubled from 1.5 billion Japanese yen to 3 billion Japanese yen, which is about $10 million to $20 million. So I really believe in, you talked about empowerment, I really believe in employee empowerment as well. So that's pretty much it. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And I'm sure there's many employees here in the audience nodding yes, thank you. All right, Rika, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, Allison, and good evening from Jakarta, everyone. My name is Rika Agusmelda, and I'm the founder and managing director of CMM Translation. So my journey as a woman business owner wasn't something I planned, because I used to be a professional entrepreneur. I have zero background in business, but in 2015, one of my regular clients asked me to establish a business because they need to have they need to have the interpretation with a legal entity. So then we decided to start the CMM Translation. At first, there was only me and with my husband. The company was basically on paper. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know how to manage it. I barely use it except for that one particular client. And in 2017, I met WeConnect International. I used to be their interpreter for their event in Jakarta, their first women business summit in Jakarta, and I was the interpreter. And while interpreting, I gained so many eye-opening knowledge that actually I'm also a woman business owner. And learning from their explanation and everything, I started to see my business as a serious thing, as my child that I need to nurture to grow. And with many things that I've learned step by step, I learned how to manage the business. And this year, we will celebrate our 10th anniversary of CMM Translation. And last year, we've just booked our first 1 million US dollar as a company. And right now, from 2-person business, we've grown into an 18 employees, and we have like 300 connection to freelance interpreters and translations all around the world. So that's my story from CMM Translation.
Thanks, Rika. So what I'd like to do is turn now back to Sarita, because one of the things, so you see the common thread, all 3 women are connected and have had business growth through their WeConnect connections. One of the things that we've talked about with WeConnect is the importance of certification, that a lot of companies who are coming to WeConnect to find women-owned suppliers is that they're looking for certification. So can you explain what that is and why that's important?
Thank you, Allison. And thank you to all the panelists. Those are really impactful stories. So our 200 and growing member buyers have over close to $4 trillion in terms of purchasing power. But in today's concept, only 1% of that goes to women businesses. So there's a lot of work to be done there. And our member buyers are looking to purchase from women businesses who are certified. And what certification means is that they are 51% owned, managed, and controlled by women or other women as well. So we have a we are third-party reviewers who verify and validate that the woman business is 51% owned, managed, and controlled. And that certification is really critical for multiple reasons. First, it provides a woman-based logo that you can actually use on your products and services. Some of you might be familiar with that logo. If you shopped, you might have seen it at Walmart or Amazon, where you'll see a logo that says woman-owned logo. And that means that the business owner is a woman-owned business. And if you take a look at and we certify in over 65 countries around the world. And if you take a look at the actual results between those who are certified and non-certified, you'll actually see a difference in the revenue growth of women businesses who are certified. In fact, in our recent survey, we conduct a survey every year with women businesses around the world, we see a 35% revenue growth by just being certified. And of course, this takes time. Our research also shows that it takes about 3 years on an average to receive a contract from a large buyer once you're certified. Because as all of you know, it's a journey, But by being certified, the door of opportunities open, and that's what WeConnect International does. Once you're certified, our member buyers will, come to us and say, I'm looking to procure goods and services in this category. Do you have certified women businesses in that category? And the fact that we have a pool of almost over 1,200 certified businesses across the globe right now and growing, that helps then for us to continue down the connection process of connecting the buyers and the sellers. So I cannot, explain the value of certification more than what I've done, because it's very powerful. It gives you the recognition, it opens doors, it gives you the connections, the networking, and the capacity building programs that may not be available if you're not certified.
Okay, thanks, Sarita. And so now turning to our 3 virtual panelists, all 3 of you have this certification. I know you've already talked about some of the growth that your business has experienced. Can you provide some insights on how this, particularly from the certification, so the before and the after, how that certification's really helped your businesses grow? And I will start with Rika first.
Well, obtaining women-owned business certification through WeConnect was obviously a strategic move because it significantly boosted our growth. We are aware that many large corporations have supplier diversity programs, but without certification, we cannot enter. We cannot even get noticed by them. So with the certification of WeConnect International, we can get access to procurement opportunities, and it helps to connect us with companies that actually prioritize working with women-led businesses. And I believe that diversity in business is more than just a social responsibility initiative, because it's actually a strategy for innovation and market growth. Companies are recognizing that supporting women-owned businesses nowadays would bring fresh ideas and increase adaptability and a commitment to quality. So through this certification, we've been able to establish strong relationships with global corporations and expand our reach. And it's not just about the certification, actually, it's also about how it helps us to leverage our credibility, increase trust, and we can establish long-term success with many more global companies.
Great, thanks. Ayoko?
Yes. So we got certified by WeBe or as a WeConnect in 2019. So it's been about over 5 years. So since then, I would say three major things have happened. So first one, this was during COVID. So there was an online event, Meet the Buyer event. A large medical global company contacted us. And I made a presentation for thermal camera. You probably don't remember. So this is a large factory that needed to take temperatures for all the employees. So they need to reduce the process. So we introduced this camera that we bought from Korea at the time, and they immediately reacted. It's a good solution. So they bought the first camera. In order for them to do that, they needed to open a business account. And opening a business account is a big deal in Japan. You have to be a trustworthy company, and they do a huge research. But because they needed to purchase this unit right away, they open up a account right away. So they bought a camera from us immediately. And another event was a semiconductor company. This is another large global company. We don't have a business account with them, direct business account, but they introduced us to their tier 2 domestic companies. I cannot really say their names, but anyway, so those people contacted us. They found us through the website, and they contacted us. They said they want to make a trade. And a large domestic corporation open up account with us, which is pretty rare for them to do that. Anyway, so we started a trade right away. And another large IT company, this is another global company, we met them through the Meet the Buyer event as well, and they liked our IT solutions. So again, they opened up a business account, and we've been continuing to do a business. It grows. I think it doubles every year almost. So yes, in some, having the certification really helped us open doors with companies. Otherwise, we wouldn't know who they are without spending large sum of advertisement money. So which is a great benefit for us.
That's great. Thank you, Aiko. All right, and Kathy.
Well, I'm going to start off by just indicating one of the biggest things for us when we got diverse certified about 10 years ago is actually access to learning and capacity building. That has been instrumental in the growth and the development of me as a person and a leader within my organization, but also within my community. It all kickstarted off with EY Winning Women program. I got inducted in that program. From there, because I was certified, I applied for different awards and programs. I managed to go to Tuck at Dartmouth twice on full scholarship for a week for diverse certified businesses. And then I was also Google's first international student for digital marketing. There's another capacity program. The ability to attend conferences and to speak with different corporations and champions and allies. I always say, it doesn't really matter what industry you're servicing, just understanding that space first and foremost is really important. And if I may just also share, I think being diverse certified, I see it as not any different than any of your businesses. I assume many of us have, we get financially audited. And why do we get financially audited, right? It's for that credibility. It's to verify that what we are saying is true. It's a similar thing with being WeConnect International certified. So it's really, they're the bridge, validating who we are as credible suppliers to a number of Fortune 500 companies as well. So for me, the biggest thing has been capacity building, has been learning. A great example would be, I'm a tier two. So tier two means I'm not working with the corporation directly, but I'll work through a tier one, which would be my customer, my direct customer. I may not be working directly with the corporation, but I will attend workshops. I will attend and be part of programs where I can learn what are the challenges and understand their pain points so I can best service my client who is then servicing them directly. So that's another way that I found capacity building being very, very integral in terms of me growing our business. And to give a hardline example would be actually through COVID, like Ayoko, it's about COVID as well. And COVID was actually challenging, as we know, supply chain had shut down. Everything we do is made in Canada, so it's all domestic. And while we weren't able, so within Canada, we weren't able to perhaps get masks quick enough or, be part of to get access to medical grade gowns. Well, thanks to a number of corporations, they were very intentional with their spend, and they actually reached out to a number of diverse certified suppliers to ask, this was the RFP, these were the needs, and how quickly could you react and at what price point? And because they gave us that opportunity, we won the bid. There weren't other suppliers out there that could be as nimble, as price point sensitive as we are and had the inventory to be able to execute. So again, I would not have had that opportunity or even have known of that opportunity if we were not diverse certified.
Great, thank you. Some impactful stories. And Rika, I'd like to come back to you. We've talked now about the pre and the post of certification in particular. Are there any other particular examples that stand out in your mind as far as how gaining access to these global markets has either further impacted positively your business?
Well, yes, thank you, Allison. Yes, as I've been certified with WeConnect International, and when we decided to start our journey to immerse with the global market, we can feel that the transformation was immediate because it wasn't just about revenue growth, but rather how it changed our operation. Working globally forced us to adopt better technology, and at the end of the day, we have to improve efficiency as well, and we need to elevate our services so that we can meet international standards. And at the end of the day, it's also pushed us to innovate and continuously enhance our expertise. And one of the biggest advantages of gaining access to global markets is that it increases our resilience because markets always fluctuate and challenge arises. But with having a diverse client, we realize that when one region faces difficulties, we actually have access to other regions that might still thrive. And that helps to ensure our business stability. And also these global exposures also helps us to specialize expertise in translation industries, like high value industries like legal, medical, and technical translations. And at the end of the day, these specializations strengthen our competitive edge, and it's also positioned us as one of the industry leaders. And we also gain access to many big global names that without the certification, as mentioned before by Kathy and also by Ayoko, I will never been exposed to. And it is great that it is also something that I'm always fear of. I feel like I'm a small fish in a big ocean, but at least it is a great ocean that is very welcoming and also full of opportunities. And I feel very supported by the community, by the sisterhood sense, and it is something that I believe I will never gain if I didn't get the certification, and also if I didn't try to step from my comfort zone and stepping into the global markets.
That's great. Breaking out of that comfort zone is always a skill we need to be working on and pushing ourselves to be doing. All right, Kathy, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Well, I think, so Rika, you're just, that was so touching because it's absolutely true. And when I think about certification in the community and the sisterhood that we have, it's about uplifting each other and it's about uplifting those within our community. So thank you for sharing that story. In terms of gaining market access, it's really ease of export. I mean, there's a few things when I look at my business, and again, everything exclusively made in Canada. Canada has 15 active global trade agreements, so I know we're going through some issues right now with the U.S. marketplace, and we'll park that. But aside from that, we now have access. We actually have access to. We ship into Europe duty free. We ship into Japan duty free. We ship into South Korea duty free, and also to be able to have those connections and to now know that if there's challenges in one marketplace, I can diversify and have access to different marketplaces. That's been extremely encouraging. And through what we're experiencing right now in Canada with the tariff threats, it does give me a bit of sense of comfort. I'm not going to lie about that. And then also, I always think, when one of the challenges, and I'll give you a real life example, we actually signed a distribution agreement with the largest apparel decorator in the US last summer. And as a result of this right now, this tariff issue, and thankfully it's a global organization. And now we're speaking about, okay, they want to make sure, and they're invested in us as well because we've signed this deal and they believe that we're partners. And now they're going to give us access to their European arm. So these are just real life examples where I think if we get certified, get access to marketplaces, but also lean into and understanding the tariff and how the globalization, how globalized we are, and how those relationships allow us to expand. So that's something I would really encourage individuals to think about. And I always say at RoboClassics, we may act local, but we really think global.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and the story of learning to be resilient, flexible, and adaptable, because all companies will face challenging times, and so being able to work through those and working off your network does help you support through that. All right, Rika, this one is for you, and we've actually touched on it in some ways, but women face unique hurdles often when they're competing globally. And so what are things that companies can do to help address those challenges and help those women-owned businesses be more incorporated into the global supply chain?
Thank you, Alison. So I would say that I'm representing my region right now, Southeast Asia, and also representing my country, Indonesia. I would say that even though we've made some progress, but women are still facing many challenges. In my country, we still have limited access to funding and fewer opportunities to build global networks. Sorry. So in these male-dominated industries, we have difficulties to earn recognition, and also to sometimes it takes extra effort for us to gain those recognition. Many of us, the women business owner, we have to repeatedly prove our worth, even though we have the qualifications and experience that sometimes match or even surpass those of our male counterparts. And in my industry, we have to compete with larger firms that have been around for decades. And to stand out, we must be persistent, and I need to utilize my certifications and stay ahead of industry trends. And by doing this, I'm trying to continuously improving my skills and also investing in technology for the company and demonstrating excellence in everything that we do. And I believe to support this effort that currently are still done by many women business owners on themselves, hopefully the companies can provide mentorship and also access to funding if possible, and also not just seeing engaging women-owned business as just to meet quotas. I believe the companies must actively engage with women-owned business and providing their large resources to support us, because we are out here and we really need a hand to reach out to help us. And when companies take these steps, I think they're just checking a box. Actually, the company would foster innovations and economic growth on a much larger scale, because as Sarita have mentioned in her previous introduction, that when you give the money to women, we will redistribute it to our family and to our community. So it would be great for the large corporations, for the companies, and for the women business owners, and also for our community at large. So that's my thought on that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. It's really helpful. As I'm sure many people are thinking around the world, I work for a company, so how do I approach my procurement aspects of this? All right, so as our last question, I'd like to turn it back to all four of you. I'm going to ask you to keep it a couple minutes max, minute or so max. If you could please give advice to everyone here in the audience who might be looking to compete in a global market. And I will put it from both perspectives. If you are the women-owned supplier, or if you are the company who might be looking to diversify in your procurement strategy, if you could please give your thoughts and opinions. So Sarita, I'm going to kick it off with you first.
Thank you. So going back to what Kat had mentioned in her opening remarks around the business case for women's economic empowerment. Year after year in our surveys to women businesses, we've asked one single question. What happens when you succeed? What do you do with the revenue? And the answers year after year remain the same. They invested back into their business, which creates jobs. They invested back into their family, better education, better health, and better communities. And guess what? When communities thrive, societies thrive. When societies thrive, nations thrive. And ultimately, the GDP. So you can see clearly what we call the multiplier effect of investing in women's economic empowerment. And companies like ExxonMobil continue to do this, along with other companies. And so the journey is not a very straightforward marathon. It takes time. On the buyer side, we have to continue improving procurement processes so that there is access to opportunities for everyone. Everyone can engage in that process. On the supplier side, it goes back to the basics, like any other entrepreneur. Patience, conviction of courage, belief in your products and services, and know that not every day is going to be a success, but the failures can turn to success. You've heard from three leading entrepreneurs today, Ayoko, Rika, Kathy. Their journeys did not happen overnight, but they had one thing in common. They never gave up. They used all the tools that were available to them. They joined associations like We Connect International that opened the doors for connections, for networking, and capacity building. And these were all free. You're here today, you're investing your time. So I encourage all of you to leverage the day by getting to know everyone, starting off with your table, ensuring that by the end of the day you have at least 3 networks that you can take with you. And remember, networks is about partnerships. They could become your partners. They can become your mentors, coaches. And also know that we have shared challenges that we're trying to overcome. Whether you are a woman entrepreneur or starting your own small business, the challenges, the barriers are the same. Access to markets, access to knowledge, access to finance, legal challenges. So at the end of the day, as you network, you may find some common ground, and feel free to ask one another, I have this challenge, do you have that? How are you overcoming that challenge? That's the power of networking. And we see this every day. In fact, on our website, we're constantly updating with success stories because we've seen the power of connections, capacity building, and community building. Thank you.
Very compelling and very clear takeaways. I saw lots of people taking notes, so thank you for that. Ayako, I'm going to turn it to you.
Okay, so my advice to you is, so Japan, go at it. So Japan is an uncharted territory. The reason I say it is this. So supposedly over 3 million small to medium business exist in Japan. and they make up 99% of the Japanese business. And we don't know the exact number, unfortunately, but assumingly maybe one third is owned by women. So that's like over 1 million women businesses. But do you know We Connect certifies only 40 women businesses are certified. So you can tell that Japan is still a kind of an uncultivated territory, and I think there's a huge opportunity still waiting. And like I said, IBS Japan's territory is industrial. So like energy and transportation, what we call this lifeline industry, which supports the nation. And especially, unfortunately, those fields are dominated by men, especially older men over 50 years old. And so it's funny that when I go to this event, industrial event, I'm usually one of the few women. So everybody wears like a dark black suit with, white hair, and I'm usually wearing like a, bright colored clothes, and I stand out. And unfortunately, those people, executive people, make important decisions, right, and everywhere. And in this era, you don't know what's going on, like VUCA era. So not changing is very deadly. And unfortunately, older men make executive decisions they tend to make not to change. And I think it's probably not the only reason, but one of the reasons that our GDP is lagging. We're now down to number 4 in GDP. So I think being global or going global, you can be lenient and flexible, as everybody said. Being a woman owner, so I would say go at it, going global, especially going to Japan. There's a huge opportunity, so be successful.
Thank you, Ayako. I appreciate first the power red that you're wearing. And I'm hoping lots of people are putting Japan on their next travel destination for work. So that's great. Rika, can I turn it to you?
Yeah, thank you. As Ayako already mentioned Japan, I would like to invite you to Southeast Asia. We are also another large market, consists of 700 million people. It's a huge opportunity as well. And for that, of course, I would like to advise our fellow women entrepreneurs out there. There are 5 things that I would like to say as an advice based on my experience. The first one is to network strategically, because our business really depends on networking. And we can start networking by joining global events or events like this, like the International Women's Day, and also joining mentorship events or programs and other. And the second is to be persistent, because as I've mentioned before, as a woman, we are facing different challenges compared to our male counterparts. And those we need to be persistent as the woman we are. And the third one is the thirst to learn, to always learn, because as Ayako already mentioned, this is a very keep changing world. It's a VUCA world. Everything can be changing in a minute, in a seconds even. And so we need to always have that learning mindset in our mind, and to understand that growth did not happen overnight. And the thirst of language, the thirst of knowledge is important for us. And number 4 is to build a strong and dedicated team, because our business success isn't just about us. It's also about the people who support our vision. And by building a committed and skillful team to support our vision, our passion and drive, we can thrive, and we can also embark on a long journey to enter the global market and whatnot. And also my final advice to fellow women business owner out there is to seek help, seek mentorship, because every other entrepreneurs out there have been there. They have been facing difficulties, and they might have the solution on their problems, and they can share that with us through a community and through connection to networks, which is invaluable to our business growth. We can learn, and at the end of the day, with the right strategy, with the right mindset, and with the support of the community, we won't just compete in the global marketplace. Together, we will lead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayako. That's, Vika, sorry, a good list of things that we can take away and continue to work on. All right, Kathy, I'm going to turn it to you for our closing advice.
My fellow panelists have shared amazing nuggets. So instead of repeating some of them, which I completely agree, these are amazing nuggets that you've shared, is I would approach and recognize that certification is a merit-based certification. And I always say getting certified is like getting an invitation to a party. You can be invited to a party, but if you just sit there in the corner and you don't, get up and dance and work the room, you're not going to have a good time. And that's exactly the same thing. So I'm going to leave with everyone I would encourage you to think big, be bold, be curious, and recognize that resilience is an eloquent hustle.
Very nice. Thank you, Kathy, for that. I want to thank everyone. You obviously have heard there's a lot of benefits to both the companies and women-owned suppliers of working together. We Connect is a great connector to that, something ExxonMobil has been part of for a long time. And we're excited to be supporting training on certification this year to help more women become certified, the importance of that. So this is a great tie all together. I hope everyone has taken some steps away and will be networking. And with that, that is the conclusion of this panel. So thank you all and enjoy the rest of the forum. And I forgot to thank our panelists, so thank you all as well. Don't want to be remiss in that.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Should we get started or no?
No, that's not.
No, I'm just kidding. You guys okay to get started? I know we're like are we the last thing between us and lunch? Okay. We're gonna have to like tap dance, but we're gonna be so much fun that it'll be okay. We'll give you guys who are standing like 30 seconds, but then you're gonna, hopefully this will be awesome and it'll be great. This discussion really is about entrepreneurship. And raise your hand if you're in this audience before I even introduce it. Like if you are an entrepreneur or married to an entrepreneur, have a kid who's an entrepreneur. Okay, raise your hand if you work in the private sector. And raise your hand if you're in the public sector. Okay, got 2 hands. Okay, someone's working twice. For those of you I don't know, I'm Jenny Abramson. And I am the founder and managing partner of a fund called Rethink Impact. And we invest mostly in private sector companies trying to make lots of money. We come in usually when they have between $500,000 and $20 million in annual recurring revenue. And we're trying to scale them to 100 million, 200 million in revenue. We've backed companies in the health space, education, the environment, fintech for good, basically things that we think are huge business opportunities but happen to close gaps. So that's, and always tech businesses, so no physical inventory. We have over about $500 million that we invest, all U.S. focused, so nothing against other countries, we just know less. And my background is I started as an entrepreneur, sort of become venture capitalist, went to nerdy schools, but also did work in the public sector, both in the education space, worked in government, worked in the nonprofit, but mostly have been in the private sector. So I'm thrilled to be here today, and much more exciting than me are our 2 panelists who are here. I'm technically supposed to introduce you, I think, because people worry that intros get really long and boring. But I'm going to trust you guys to do the 30-second version. This isn't the what your company is. This is just the who you are and the 4 words on what your company is. So Diane, I'm going to give that challenge to you first.
Oh, no. Hi, everyone. I'm Diana Heldfond, founder and CEO.
Can you guys hear Diana?
Can you hear me?
No.
Okay.
Better?
Good practice.
Okay.
Diana Heldfond, CEO and founder of a company called Parallel Learning. You want me to start with my own background or
Just do like the one sentence on Parallel. We'll get
Okay.
into what it is
Okay,
more.
okay.
Just like it's in this space.
And you want my personal background
Yeah, your
also?
personal
Okay.
background.
I thought you were
The
gonna
short
cover this
version of
first.
it, you
Okay,
know.
okay. Parallel, we work with public school districts across the United States to help them solve gaps in their special education departments. So both from a staffing and also a software perspective, helping that unique population of complex learners exceed expectations and overcome challenges. My background, I'll start with very personal side of things, is that I am very dyslexic myself and have ADHD. So very natural progression to starting a company in this space. Prior to starting Parallel, I worked on Wall Street doing investment banking, M&A and restructuring advisory. And prior to that, I actually started another education company here in DC when I was in college here. So
Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Shelley Lanning. I'm a co-founder and president at Vasana Health, and we are a women's medical clinic, virtual women's medical clinic. But I've spent my entire career in healthcare in a combination of venture capital investing and then also as an owner and operator, and always in healthcare, but the last 6 years has been in a variety of women's health, so fetal maternal medicine, fertility, obesity management, and now Vasana, which is doing all things women's health outside of family building.
Very well done. Okay. You guys have a sense of who we are? Okay, because we're gonna make this more interactive, not just because it's before lunch. So get ready to ask the things you actually want to know. We're gonna start with asking a few questions, but then I won't cold call. At Harvard Business School, we did cold call people, I guess. I won't do that, but I will do a little of calling on you, so hopefully you'll have great questions. So Diana, you talked briefly about why you started Parallel. Is there anything you want to share about you originally sold to direct to families, direct to consumers, and now you sell through school districts? What prompted that change?
Yeah, it is a great question. So just for a little bit of background for everyone, so we do everything from psychological assessments all the way through to ongoing services, things like specialized instruction or tutoring for kids who have a learning disability, things like speech and language therapy, so on. So everything from kind of diagnosis on through remediation. As you can imagine, a lot of those services are being delivered in public school districts, but a lot of them are also procured by families just outside of school district. And frankly, a lot of those families have the means to go outside and around the school district because school districts are largely inefficient. But with that, we saw an opportunity ultimately to do both. And so early on in the company's journey, we were actually starting to sell direct to consumer, directly to these families. Keep in mind, our company started in 2020, right when the pandemic was also in full swing. And so virtual options were a necessity, not just a kind of interesting opportunity. And a lot of these families weren't able to get any services through the school districts. And so at that point, having a direct care option was amazing for people. Obviously, things then kind of started to get better and went back down to normal. Special ed is still an area that's never normal and always has some element of staffing constraints and challenges. And that was really what gave rise then to what we now consider our B2B part of the business, which is selling directly to K-12 school districts. I would say this was a big kind of challenge for us at one point, trying to allocate resources to two fairly different businesses, especially as they continued to scale. Turning off ultimately a revenue driving part of the business is very, very challenging. Probably one of the hardest things I've had to deal with as a founder. But at the same time, it became clear that the B2B part of the business was frankly taking off in really exciting ways, that we were being able to do so much good and serve so many students while at the same time generating a lot of revenue for the business. So in February 2023, we actually pivoted the whole company to focus exclusively on K-12 school districts.
And I'll say in the name of full disclosure, we invested in this company.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it to 200 million for you.
Exactly, so really important. for us, when we looked at the investment, while the direct-to-consumer business is really interesting and we had sort of tracked it, for us, we like businesses that close gaps and equity gaps. And sometimes they're great businesses solving really important problems, but the people who can afford them buy them, and the people who can't. And so in some ways, they widen gaps. And so it was really exciting to us to see the company shift to a focus that was closing gaps. That's not necessarily right for all investors. We also love things that are B2B because you have to be really good at picking taste, especially on some of the consumer product areas. And so there's a stickiness that comes from B2B contracts. Not a better or worse, but just sharing that as we talk about B2B and B2C. Vasana, talk about for Vasana, what was you and your co-founder, like, why did you want to start it? Talk more about that story and why it was so needed. Is there a data point that you think is most powerful? Or?
Well, to start off, Vasana was started by a man focused on complex gynecology, which is very strange, I will admit. And Joe Connolly's mother, his aunt, his grandmother, all the women in his family suffered greatly from endometriosis, uterine fibroids. And it had such a grave impact on his childhood. They couldn't hold down jobs. They had a difficult time planning family vacations, predictably to know. They had such bad pain, they would go to the hospital often during the year and have vomit every single month during their menstrual cycle. So for him, this was a way of living and a thing. I was looking as an investor. I'd sold a company in 2018 and investing in women's health out of those proceeds. This is my fourth investment in women's health. But as I was looking, I was trying to find something that was where I would back it as an investor. And I thought it was very strange. Once again, there's this guy talking about women's complex conditions. And I told him that. And then he said, why don't you join me? And so I did. So here I am.
That's great.
What was really great is we started off thinking about endometriosis, uterine fibroids, chronic pelvic pain, heavy menstrual bleeding, PCOS. And those were conditions that even though I was a woman who had 2 children, perimenopausal age, I did not know anything about them. I didn't even believe they were a thing. So I had to spend time knowing if there was a there for this type of business model. So first money in, we raised to conduct a pilot in collaboration with Optum Labs around those complex conditions and a differentiated care model looking at using the women's complexity to figure out what are outcomes, what is the business model, evidence-based. We include diet, exercise, nutrition, mental health support, long appointment times, early, late, and very, very outcomes-based to be able to show via case match control claims analysis, 26 million women, that there actually is savings to be had. And it's not just savings for the businesses, but the women themselves as well. And so that was the big driver around wanting to do something that was different in women's health.
Amazing. Well, you talk about raising money. You guys have both raised money. Let's go to the other end, the exit side. How do you think about exit? There's a lot of pressure based on who your investors are. I know you recently raised a round from First Cressy, I think, right? And Flare Capital.
It's almost 2 years ago
2 years ago. I call that recent in whatever. But in dog years, I guess not. But how do you think about the other side, the exit side? What do you guys want as you think about an exit, and how much does that align with your investors, or how do you think about that alignment? I'll let you go first since we just talked about it.
So managing and balancing the expectation between investors and what the management team is doing can be amiss on occasion. Sometimes what the management team wants to do is to grow and expand, and yet the investors may be looking to raise their next fund and want an exit. So you do have to have alignment. But the fundamental business metrics that are so important is you need to be able to show that there is a real problem. You have to, that your solution solves and that you can make money. And if you can't solve those things, if you're emotionally driven, it's time for women. We deserve better. It's, why haven't we been focused on, like those don't, while emotionally they might be true, they do not raise venture capital money and they do not drive to an exit. So aligning on the core business principles are all critically important.
That's great. What about you, Diana?
I totally agree with all of that. I would say for those of you who are considering either starting businesses and or thinking about raising capital for your businesses, I think it's really important early on to think about what you personally want for your business. Keep in mind, we both went the venture capital path, and that's a very different path than a lot of other funding mechanisms that are out there. I think it's also super important early on in the fundraising process. Jenny and I spent a lot of time before she ever invested in our business talking about what my expectations were for the business and what I thought exits could look like, both the quote unquote downside scenario that might be not as big and sexy of an exit. And then like what was that big, huge, we're going to IPO as a standalone company. But typically a VC investor is going to want that quote unquote big sexy exit, whether it's a huge acquisition or, you going public as a large company. And like I said earlier on, there are a lot of different paths. And so I think venture capital gets the big attraction, but it's not always necessarily what's best for your type of business. So the other advice I would just give is very early on in the process, spending time with those that are capital providers of different backgrounds and thinking about what's best for your specific business.
If you're not looking to grow 3x year over year all the time, right, by 300%, there are a lot of other great funding paths that don't push you to have certain growth rates that frankly may take up your ownership in ways you don't want. There's great debt options. As Diana said, venture capital gets in the movies and venture capital gets a lot of the glory, but in reality, it's not always the right type of investor for every type of business. And if ever anyone is interested in other paths of investment money, I'm on LinkedIn. Jenny Abramson, you can link into me. You can always message me on LinkedIn. I know debt providers and other folks, and we'll do my best to follow up. But I think one of the biggest learnings I've had is when we back a company and what they really wanted was just money in that moment because they just, needed money and they wanted whatever money they could get, but the money wasn't totally aligned. That's a really hard place to be. So I just sort of throw that out. Shelley, what is something tangible someone in this room could do for you?
So I really believe that we are on the front side of a really big thing in women's health. People are talking about it now. It's not as stigmatized, but there's such a lack of funding, a lack of knowledge, lack of clinical trial, a lack of everything. Things that we know now that seemed weird to us in 2018 even. Medical schools aren't teaching it, businesses don't know about it, and now it's on the front of a lot of pages. But I would just say, we want to be involved, we want to be connected, and so for those of you who are involved in women's health, it can be on a foundation, a nonprofit, it can be for-profit. We would love to hear from you. I'm also LinkedIn, Shelley Lanning.
Awesome. Diana, whether it's a business leader in here or someone in government, nonprofit, you are literally right by the White House, you're, by the Hill, you're in from New York. Talk to us about what are the most helpful things that people in this room who either have a child with special needs, so might care about this personally, might have someone in their family who wasn't diagnosed. I mean, many of us have lived this in our own lives, and I feel like this is an issue that has so much great tech, and you've done such an incredible job at Parallel, and yet most of us don't know outside of our personal lives how we can make a difference. What can people here do?
Well, I will start by offering up also. You can connect with me on LinkedIn, Diana Heldman. And if you are going through this personally, navigating any of this with your family, by all means, feel free to reach out. In terms of things that you all could do to help us, without getting into everything going on in the administration and politics right now, obviously education is at the forefront of a lot of conversations. I would say we are in a very unique part of kind of education in that special education is extremely bipartisan. It is not technically super related to the Department of Education without getting into all the nuances, but clearly there's a lot of things changing. And so for any of you who are connected to the world of education, I would say more so than ever before in the history of Parallel, I'm really intrigued by kind of what is going on in policy world, not just as hey, this would be interesting for 5 years from now as an expansion into one of these areas, but really now being at the forefront of how do we think things are going to change over potentially just the next 3-4 years. And so really anything in this realm of education is super helpful to us here at Parallel. And I also will obviously say any school administrators that anyone knows, we will happily take that introduction.
Okay, I'm going to do something unkosher. I'm going to turn it to you and let you ask a question. Then we'll go back to my questions. Do you have a mic back there, or do I need to like play Oprah? I'll do it, but if Natalie can do it.
You know, one thing I'd love to comment on what you're doing
Let me let her ask this question, and then we'll jump right back. What? Oh, okay. I don't want to cut you off, but is there a question? Yes. What's the question? And mostly we're going to do questions through the app, but this one you seem so eager, so let me. Yes. So the thing is, a lot of things are changing. We strongly believe that the Americans with Disabilities Act and the idea that covers the IAPs is fundamentally pro-legislation, where some of the brightest kids are labeled disabled. Yep. Okay, let me, do you have anything you want to say on it, or?
I mean, I second that. Within reason, I'm like, please don't change things too much. Yeah, I mean, it's a complete mess. I am so sorry that that's what your family has gone through. Unfortunately, I hear stories like that all the time, and that's what we're here trying to make things simpler. And also, just to touch on what Shelley mentioned around outcomes that you guys are focused on at Visana, it's certainly something that we're also focused on a lot here at Parallel is how do you actually change the conversation beyond just checking a box that students are, you know, getting the hour served that is in their IEP and part of the legislation, and that's what holds, you know, that's district to being compliant, but rather how do we actually make kids succeed in life to the extent that they're in the best position possible upon graduation to do whatever they set their minds to.
I'd love to just comment on this in that I went through the same process with my own child, and it is hard. I'm in healthcare my entire life. I have great insurance. I really understand the system. I know how to connect it, and I could pay. And it was really hard for me too, to navigate, figure it out, and people downright lied all the time about when they could do things. So I just want to say I think it's an amazing service that we all have, and being able to lean in and understand what the school districts have access to would be really important.
So I think the biggest barrier on some of these businesses, like in Diana's case, is a school district just knowing about it. Once they know, they always buy and they always grow their contract. It's just getting to them. And so in some ways, this conversations like this, why Mark DeCourcy and others were so grateful to have this conversation, is the work Shelley and Diana are doing is critical for women. One, moms often are the ones who are experiencing these challenges, who are taking the time. It's not to say there aren't amazing dads doing it. But two, these are huge business opportunities. We're going to jump to some questions online. We have a few others we want to share, but we got in some questions. The first one is, can you share an example of a female entrepreneur who inspires you and why? Which one of you? I'll let one of you take this, and I'll jump to Shelley. I'll let you take this one.
Well, mine is very cliche a little bit, but I think Oprah's pretty amazing. And part of what I like about her is that she is very true to what she believes in. Early on in her career, when they wanted her to have a Jerry Springer type show, very focused on what's negative, a lot of screaming and drama, and she said, no, quit, and then started her own thing, wants to be the epitome of class. So having a belief around how you want behavior in your company, your organization, your mission, critically important.
Great. Diana, I can tell you all can see it makes it a little less exciting when I ask it, but how can communities better support female entrepreneurs? Like what have communities either done that have helped to support you, or people have done, or what can they do to better support women?
I mean, I'll make a quick plug for the community that you've built at Rethink, which I'm certainly not required to do, but it is really the one forum where I am surrounded by other female entrepreneurs. Jenny's fund only invests in female founders for the most part. And so on an annual basis, we've been able to come together and just have a forum to openly talk about the struggles of being female. I think in my day-to-day life, I would say majority of the people aside, I'd say Parallel's actual company is fairly balanced between males and females, but all the investors for the most part that we deal with, so much of just like the tech ecosystem and frankly like healthcare ecosystem and education ecosystem, if I look at other founders, very male centric, right? Just like so many other industries that we are all in. And so I think creating a quote unquote safe space to talk about what it's actually like to be a female founder going through the motions and the differences between the male journey and the female journey, just things like, what is it like to literally raise a family and also have this large company and be responsible, right? It's very rare that you are having those type of conversations with anyone other than, this safe community. So I think it's not a super direct question answer to your question, but I guess the more that you can engage in these female-centric communities, there's a lot of these communities, I would say, certainly in New York where I'm based, but I'm sure in every big city, and working with investors who are, specifically focused on females, or kind of creating that community for yourself.
Shelley, I'm going to ask you to answer the same question.
I think you have to have business principles all the way around. And I don't even remember what the first exact question is, but so many women who haven't had the same mentorship. When I was growing up at Morgan Stanley, I was one of 2 women on the entire floor. And we were all thinking about seats at the table and equitable pay, the glass ceiling. Those were the conversations. We never talked about our health, our well-being. We never talked about those things. I had a baby and went down to a bathroom to use the pump, and that was embarrassing to talk about. And now people are talking a lot more. But the bottom line is emotion does not sell. Emotion does not create. And we as women, generally speaking, are better at emotion. We're good. It's our superpower. So lean in and do what you need to do the way we're supposed to do it. But if you don't have the solid business fundamentals down, what are we selling? Who is our customer? I need to know the health plans better than the health plans know themselves. I go to the gym, I listen to the recordings. I have to know exactly what, but it's hard to do that. But that's what the guys do too. But if we don't have that, what is our ARPU? What is our average selling? Who are we selling to? What is the metrics? If we don't have those core OKRs and KPIs that we manage to, really hard, because then it's hard to get the investors interested.
There's a question on here, what leadership qualities we look for in sort of the most successful women founders. And I will say, we love men, we love women. I'm married to a guy, men are great. And men happen to get about 98% of all venture capital dollars. And so for us, we can back anyone we want. We happen to think there are a lot of companies being run by women, and women are awesome. And, but both are great. And we love diversity. We love women who work with men. We think that actually they bring different skill sets, and these are total overgeneralizations to the table. So it's often diversity of race, of gender, of all kinds of diversity just leads to better outcomes. There's a lot of data behind that and a lot of studies. And so what we look for in leadership are people who surround themselves with people who are different from them. And that can be different educational background, it can be different geographic background, but we think that it leads to people questioning each other more, people not doing groupthink, it leads to more innovation. So that's one of the things we look for. We look for people who are deeply passionate, as obviously both these individuals are, about the problem they're solving, because every entrepreneur is going to run into roadblocks and it's going to be really, really hard. And we want people who are going to keep going because they are dying to solve that problem. You know, we have a company in the mental health space, and the CEO had her own mental health experience. And so at every turn, when it got hard, instead of blaming the world, blaming the market, blaming investors, she was like, I just got to keep doing this, right? It's that sort of personal responsibility for problems you run into and passion for what you're trying to solve that we think allows these entrepreneurs to succeed no matter what. So those are some of the things that we
Can I add one more thing, too?
Of course.
You have to ask. You have to ask. Women don't ask. There's a
Ask
book.
what?
Whatever you need to know. I need to be promoted. I need more money. I need to raise money. You need to invest in me. You should be looking at Vasana. Those are the core things. Women don't ask. So put your hands up and ask. Go after what those things are, because often, surprisingly, they call you. It's pretty, there's a really good book out there.
So we're going to go into a bunch of these questions. I've seen people taking pictures. We're very honored. I feel like I would have done my hair better. But if you're on LinkedIn, post one of these pictures, tag us. You had our names. They were up here before. And let's make sure, even beyond what questions we get to in the next few minutes, that we keep this conversation going, because I think forums like this, and what's great about being in person, is they can be the beginning of a much longer conversation, and you all are amazing in your own right. So we'll keep going, but Diana, why don't you take this? What's the difference between knowing the pain points and wanting to solve them profitably?
Ooh, that's good. It's a great question. I would say everything that we do, we take the approach of trying to do profitably. That said, look, like, there is an immense amount of need out there for the services that we are delivering. And if I could go hire every single school psychologist at any dollar amount possible, then yeah, Parallel could be massive and we probably would be less profitable than we are today. And so there is always this push and pull. I think I say, like, capital efficient growth maybe once a day to my team. And certainly in every board meeting. And so it's about finding the balance where you can grow, but grow sustainably. And we really take a very strategic approach to almost every decision being made, whether it's, what price we're going to bring individual contracts in at, what price we're going to offer to each individual provider that we're bringing in. Just to make it very clear, we run like a highly micromanaged marketplace. So there's a lot of decisions that have to be made on a day-to-day basis to make sure that that growth is being sustained in a profitable manner. I think one of the most helpful things for me, I come from a finance background, but building a team of both data experts and finance experts has been really helpful, especially when you get to the scale that we're at. We have about 55 people in the company, and I probably didn't hire the finance person until maybe like the 40th employee. And if I could go back in time, I probably would have hired them earlier.
And we hear that again and again and again in companies.
Yeah.
And
same with
person early.
Data also, being able to build that infrastructure early on where you actually have data to make good decisions off of, it will allow you to grow in a much more profitable way early on.
Let me ask you guys, we're going to do sort of lightning questions and answers because we have a bunch of questions. Do you have an AI specific person in your company, or is it like a data person where you say, hey, think about how to use AI? Shelley.
Yes, we have a CTO, 3 product people, 12 engineers, and 2 data people. That's all they do, a senior and a junior person.
And is anyone's job just AI specifically?
AI is interwoven. It's like saying food. I guess for us, it is interwoven into everything we do.
Okay.
And there's JV versions of AI, then there's C-Squad, and then there's Varsity AI. And you have to build on the JV, the C-Squad, and the bench warmers before you see the Varsity.
Diana, same question.
We do not have one person devoted to AI. Our VP of product and engineering, Merrill, is like an AI genius, and all he wants to do is be 100% devoted to AI, and I have to bring him back down to reality sometimes.
The JV.
Yeah, exactly. We have a really small team. We have one product person, one senior engineer, and 2 other engineers.
Raise your hand if you use AI in your day-to-day job. Okay, raise your hand if you use it in your personal life. Okay, interesting. Does Vasana, Shelley, work internationally? And if not, have you considered moving outside the US? Again, lightning question answer.
We do not go internationally. We only are in the United States primarily because we partner with health plans and self-funded employers. We are not selling direct to consumer. And because of that, our product offering, while it could apply outside, we need to be laser focused on the customers that we're servicing now. We've been in with United Healthcare for over a year. We just signed with Cigna. We just signed with the largest health plan, the Blues, in Massachusetts. So we have to be really focused on knowing the customer that we're going after.
That's great. Were there other options outside of venture capital? We talked a little bit about this before that either of you considered. And if so, which ones and why did you go the VC path?
I can go. I did not consider any other options, though in retrospect, I think at the time when we were raising our initial capital, 2020 through like 2022 was like the golden age of digital health, was getting so much venture capital investment that I don't even think I thought twice about it. But there are certainly a lot of businesses, as I look around, I would say, you know, we obviously take a very tech lean, but there are a lot of like companies that got funding early on that probably would have been way better served just raising some debt. So again, this is where I think like at the earliest point, having those conversations with other founders, diversifying your network beyond just like tech VC investors. Not all companies are made equal. Also, if you are looking to like just build a really great business and you want to maintain ownership of it, take out a loan and start business.
Right, because one of the things with venture capital is you give up a lot of the ownership in the company. And so, you know, if you think that's going to allow you to grow the pie in a massive way, it's worth it. But if you think it's going to be a slower growth business, that can be a lot harder because you give up the ownership of what's not getting to be a large pie. Shelley, what about you guys?
Just I'll make one quick comment.
Yeah.
You can make a lot of money, potentially more money, growing it the slow way.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what I would say is that in order to get debt, for the most part, you have to have a profitable company to go in and say, I'd like you to give me $10 million or whatever.
In the debt path? Or?
Yeah, the debt path. So whether that's even an option for you is going to depend on your business model, and your reoccurring cash flow. Where you can think differently, which is how we started off, is that we bootstrapped it, threw in our own money, didn't take salaries, worked really long hours, and then raised friends and family, went out and got a little bit from you, a little bit from you, a little bit from you type of thing. And that we put into a debt structure. It was a convertible note. So, but there was nobody on our board, nobody looking at under the covers at what we were doing or how we were doing it. So there wasn't the same distraction factor. And then that note, that was converted in when we raised venture capital money, so that we were able to run without anything because none of us took salaries. Then we ran with a little bit of the debt. And then by the time we raised we were able to track really good healthcare investors because we had the data and the technology to demonstrate that there was a there.
Just to clarify though, you can take out like a small business loan if you want to start if you need help in that bootstrapping fashion. That is not the same as putting.
Typically though, don't they tie it to somebody secures that note? You use something to secure that
There
loan.
are some, we can put it on LinkedIn. There are some places where you can do it without having profitability, and others, but they're small.
Yeah.
And so it just depends
talking
how
very
much
different
capital you need.
Okay.
One of the questions that came are sort of other examples of philanthropic and public sector entities that fill private venture capital sort of gaps that private VC leaves, and to fund slower growth companies. I will say there are a number of family offices who care deeply about whether it's healthcare, education, other areas, where they sometimes have an investment arm, and sometimes that investment arm doesn't need the kind of returns that venture capital needs, or they might have a philanthropic arm, or both, and you can get money from those pools. There are SBA loans. I don't know what the latest is with the SBA, but in theory, I think they're still there. There are matching programs as well. I don't know if you guys have others.
Lots of grants. It's really difficult to figure out how to do in the healthcare space or the science space, but absolutely well worth it if you have something that qualifies. I know a company who's raised $21 million on grants, and it's free money. It's free meaning it doesn't dilute your ownership. So hire someone the first time, to navigate you through. It'll feel expensive, but it is well worth that return.
Someone asked, how do you balance the outcomes of impact that you want to create with the pressures of growing 3x? And when have they conflicted, and how do you manage that? I will say, at least for the companies we invest in at Rethink Impact, we are looking for what we call convergent business models, where the more impact a company has, the more money it makes, and the more money it makes, the more impact it has, because then people don't have that conflict. So it's not a Tom shoe, buy one, give one away free, where often that conflict gets tough because investor says, oh, we're not making enough. Do you sure we still want to give one away free? That's not always the case. For each of you, how do you balance when there are trade-offs between impact and growth?
So for us right now, healthcare is really expensive to get it started for what we're doing. We have to be laser focused on our core model, which is the health plans. But within the health plans, we are right now in the fully insured and commercial book of business. Virtual centers of excellence, all 50 states, United Healthcare, drop down, you'll find us. But if you're in Medicaid, or you're in a really high deductible health plan where you pay cash for everything, or you're maybe Medicare, those are different types of contracts with different legal requirements that still fall under that United Healthcare or Cigna umbrella. It can. We have gone very clearly under our own commercial because we have to have scale in order to be able to offer services under lower margin Medicaid, for example. And so it is being focused on getting that scale so that we have the opportunity to have the impact in those other channels.
How long does it take you to close a health plan? For people who are interested in healthcare businesses, like, is it a year? Is it 6 months? Is it 2 years?
Well, it's an annual selling cycle, and it often takes a couple of years to go. We did ours in 6 months with United, ran a pilot for a year, did a case match controlled claims analysis that took about 3 months, signed within a month, launched in 3 months in 6 states, and then all 50 states last April.
So end to end, that was 2 years?
Yeah,
Or 3 years?
18 months.
18 months.
I don't know that I've seen it be that much faster than that.
That's impressive.
It
No,
is
it's
really
amazing.
It was faster with Cigna and faster with the other Blues plan, but when you start to have the flywheel moving with real data, it goes back to having real data, real outcomes, real metrics.
This says, to Parallel CEO, Diana, and founder, can you share how you made the connection with Jenny, me, to present to me as a venture capitalist? Sorry, it's weird to read about yourself, in third person.
In our case, I think you actually reached out to us, but that was only because we had raised previous capital. So we were certainly on the radar.
Rare. That's very exciting.
We were on the radar of other investors, and I will say it certainly is like a flywheel. Getting the first capital in, very difficult. And as you start to make those connections and build those relationships with investors, I mean, even Jenny and I met a long time before she ever actually invested in the business. So I spend probably 20% of my time, it ebbs and flows based off of how actively we're thinking about fundraising. Sometimes 100% of the time, talking to investors and really just building relationships. And so really just being on those investors' radars is really the most important thing when then does come to the point where you need more capital for the business.
And I will say we look at probably 700 companies a year, of which we invest in probably 4. And so a lot of that is inbound. And the biggest mistake people make is not doing research on who you're reaching out to know what they care about. It's pretty easy. It's on their websites. It's in their posts. So really, I'd say if I could give any advice on people reaching out to investors, it's really be targeted in how you do it and really understand what they're looking for. In our case, there are certain areas like the work that these guys are, where we're really interested. So we're tracking every company and we meet them, frankly, to help. Like long before we even thought about investing in what Diana was doing, we were really interested in the space, and we like helping female entrepreneurs and all entrepreneurs who are having a social impact. So we'll often do that along the way. And I think when people do that for you and what you're doing, it usually, hopefully, is a sign they're the kind of people who are going to want to help you down the road. I don't know, Shelley, if that's been your experience.
I'd like to just add that if you're going out to raise venture capital money, you should have a very clear, quick elevator pitch. Know it inside out and backwards. It's crazy how many people do not have that down. What do? It ought to be very clear, very quick. And then number 2, ask. And 3, have the core metrics around why they should care. When you can say, I dropped these 3 contracts, I've got this data, we have annual revenue of this, a back run rate of that, that's what piques people's attention. You have to start with a little bit of FOMO. How do you get them really interested? What brands, what logos, or data right up there. And it needs to be short, quick, sweet, to the point. But so often people write these long emails and it's buried in the text.
Can I just add really quick here too? Because I literally had this conversation yesterday. I thought this was really good advice. Make sure you're also talking, I mean, to Jenny's point, the right person in the right firm. For us, for example, there are a lot of ed tech specific funds. There are a lot of healthcare specific funds. Those funds probably are more likely to want to invest in a company like Parallel than like a generalist investor that has the option of like a sexy AI company. And I think Parallel's sexy, but I'm biased.
We think it's very sexy.
And also if you're talking to a big fund that has a lot of different areas that they invest in, making sure that you're talking to the partner there, or that first off, making sure you're talking to somebody senior who actually has the ability to make a decision on your investment, important, and building those relationships, but also making sure you're talking to the right partner there that actually does cover the sector that you operate in. Because in these big funds, a lot of the times you might get connected to somebody, but they're not the right partner, and they're gonna say no without actually socializing it very much within the business.
Shelley, very quickly, how have you helped your employees manage and navigate your growth and pain points? Sort of what's the best advice on that for people?
I don't even know if I have a good answer for that because we're changing so rapidly. We've set up a pod structure to we can cross-functionally address really core important things, and every single person that we want in the company to wake up thinking about what those, in this case we have 3 pods, and then some of them are sprints. What are we doing in this pod for this period of time that everyone will wake up thinking about? And that has moved a lot really fast. But the very difficult part is how do you have a collaborative environment when you're not all in person? And that has been a really big, I think that's been a challenge.
I would just say, since we don't have a lot of time left, we will leave the couple questions that we had there and some others that have come in since for the LinkedIn conversation that I'm making up that hopefully someone at the chamber will help us do, with some beautiful picture that we'll have a filter that this one person was taking here. But what I would say is the one piece of advice for entrepreneurship that I will leave with is alignment. Alignment with your employees. I think Shelley so eloquently sort of talked about, like whether it's through pods or through other structures, alignment with investors. You know, like we back impact, we back whatever, but at the end of the day, it's not our own money, it's other people's money. And so we can't always follow on unless someone's hit their numbers. And if you don't say that to people up front, people have expectations that are off and people are frustrated. If you don't say to your employees, here's what you need to do up front. So really making sure you're aligned, I think leads to better outcomes. If you guys were gonna leave with 5 words of advice for this group, what would be or 1 sentence advice, what would it be for people who are entrepreneurs or talking to entrepreneurs?
Ask.
Okay, I like that.
Women don't ask.
Diana?
I would probably just say have so much confidence and know that like you're gonna get thrown or knocked down a lot and you're gonna hit another peak like a week later, and get used to the ups and downs and don't take the downs as too serious because something good will happen.
Okay. The other thing I'd love to add is that my best piece of advice after asking is to find yourself a personal board of directors. Call it 3 people, might be 1, might be 3, who always will have the ability to have the confidence, right? So you can be confidential in your ask, but they will answer the question looking through your eyes. So you might be a lawyer, might be another person who can do a contract, but find those people and then nurture the heck out of those relationships.
And I will just end by saying entrepreneurship, I think, I'm biased, it's just an amazing thing as someone, and obviously all ways of having an impact, but it's an amazing way to have an impact. And in this unusual moment of change, regardless of politics, one thing is for sure, we have a lot of problems to solve, and there are a lot of ways to do it, but I think everybody can get excited about things getting solved in the private sector, at least as one component of how we solve and tackle problems. And so I think this is an exciting moment for the Chamber and the Foundation to be holding up and for you all to be part of this conversation. So thank you for doing that. Thank you to our panelists. We had Shelley, who spent 11 hours on a runway trying to get here last night. So join me in giving them a huge thanks.
Testing. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Shanique Street. I'm the Executive Director of Programs here at the Chamber Foundation. So we're here to discuss financial solutions for women in the sandwich generation. The sandwich generation, primarily middle-aged adults, finds themselves balancing the dual responsibilities of supporting aging parents or relatives while raising their children. Many of you here today are part of this group, or I should say many of us today are part of this group. The daily juggling act can take a toll physically, emotionally, and financially. Research by Edward Jones in collaboration with Next 360 and Morning Consult reveals that nearly half of American women in the sandwich generation cite financial strain as a major challenge. Today, we're excited to have Edward Jones principal Vanessa Okurare here with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vanessa is a member of the Edward Jones strategic leadership team that helps the firm achieve its goal of being a place of belonging for all and to fulfill the purpose of making a meaningful impact in the lives of clients, associates, and communities. Vanessa, thank you for joining us today to discuss financial solutions tailored for women in the sandwich generation.
Thank you very much.
So I'd like to begin with the first question. So while we understand that there are many implications for those navigating the sandwich generation, what exactly are the financial implications?
Yes, happy to share. And again, it's so nice to be at this, what I consider to be a huge table of mostly women and gentlemen, just sharing best practices about how we could, make, our country, make the world a better place. So I'm honored to be here. Let me just ask, how many people will define themselves as being in that sandwich generation where you're either looking after younger people or older people? Oh, okay, so that's most people here. When we look at the US population, it's roughly about 60% of women who are caregivers. 1 in 5 adults are caregivers here in the US, and about 60% of them are women. Every single day for the next few years, we have about 10,000 adults turning 65. Imagine what the country looks like in a few years from now, or even by 2050. About 20% of older adults will be part of the population. So that's a significant implication for us as caregivers in the future, and that's something that we really deeply need to think about. When I look at my own personal situation, I think we have to acknowledge the emotional burden. I remember when we were younger, and my mom, who is, she's an Amazon. She's only 5'4", but she is amazing. She grew up in the barracks. I mean, these people could take men down, herself and her sisters. But she was, we were teenagers. She was looking after her elderly mother who just had a surgery, I remember. And then my father was a type 1 diabetic. And unfortunately, my dad happened to have a hypoglycemic attack, collapsed, and then my grandmother saw that, was in a state of hysterics. She just had sutures put in. You can imagine what happened. It was, it was bad. But then, my mom, who is, she's a retired nurse now, was able to stop the bleeding on her mom, patch that up as she eventually went and helped my dad and got help for my dad. But that was, how many decades ago? That was a long time ago. And when we look, a lot of us can share stories like that of situations either what our grandmothers or our mothers faced, and it's going to get even more challenging because more women are working, healthcare costs are rising, people are living longer, and so the implications, again, continue to be significant. From a financial perspective, when we look at some of the studies that we do, and at Edward Jones, we partner a lot with several agencies to help us go out there and get knowledge and be thought leaders. But we did some surveys a while ago, and we found that 65% of women said that their caregiving responsibilities had negatively impacted their ability to save towards their financial future. Think about it, 65%. And then the other piece that caught my attention was that 60% of those women said that they had to reduce their professional responsibilities in order to become better caregivers. Think about the loss of income that comes with that. You're taking on reduced responsibilities at work, even though you want to, right? Everyone has a choice, but many of these women want to do more professionally, but they find that they have to take a step back. So there's a loss of income that comes from that. There's also, as I mentioned, rising healthcare costs. And when people are looking after multiple generations, whether that's generations in the same household or scattered thousands of miles or hundreds of miles away, there is a significant cost to looking after, whether it's younger children or looking after elderly parents. And then the last thing I would mention, Shanique, is that these women don't feel that they're doing any of these responsibilities really well, right? They're looking at their children and thinking, I'm not doing a good job here. Looking at the parents, not doing a good job here. Looking at work, I'm not doing a good job here. And that in itself causes a lot of undue stress and undue anxiety. And these women are ultimately not saving enough for their retirements. And when you look into the future, right now, data shows us that women over the age of 65 have 40% less in their retirement portfolio compared to our male counterparts. So women over the age of 65 tend to be poorer. What are some of those interventions that we can put in place today in order to make all our lives much better in the future? So those are some of the financial situations I think we have to think about.
Well, thank you for listing some of the financial implications, but also sharing your personal story about dealing this, and your mom, who's this amazing nurse and doer of all things. I would share that in preparation for this conversation, I reached out to a relative who is in the midst of taking care of parents and children and has had to take a step back from the workforce. And I was like, what question would you pose? And she sent me so many that I was like, So, but it was so indicative of the emotional toll as well, and so many other aspects that she was dealing with. And so, for thinking about people who are in those situations, what steps can women take at various points in their lives to address these issues so they can prepare and mitigate those potential risks? So, for example, in their early and then later in their mid-career.
I would say women, first of all, we need to equip ourselves with financial knowledge. That's foundational, right? We can all do a much better job of making sure that we can build our financial confidence through building our financial acumen. So starting with financial education, that's something that Edward Jones believes in. We have a financial fitness program. We partner with EverFi to help deliver that solution to hundreds of thousands of people. We just surpassed our 1 million learners goal. So that's number one, the financial education. The second thing would be starting to build savings habits very early, right? The sooner people start, the better. We all know what happens, as you start these habits early, it's hard to unbreak a really good habit. So that's number two. The third thing I would say is all women need to have an emergency savings funds. I think Jenna from Operation Hope had mentioned something along those lines a few minutes ago. Having those emergency savings, 3 to 6 months worth of people's income, I think is tremendously helpful, and then taking advantage of the retirement savings opportunities that many of us have with our employers. So contributing as much as you can to your 401ks, your 403bs, doing that as frequently as possible, and then taking advantage of your employer matches are ways that women, I believe, can start to have a better quality of life as they continue to be caregivers. The last thing I would mention is really rallying the community around. You know, you tend to see mostly women, again, 60% of women take on a lot of these caregiving responsibilities. How many of those women are only children? I don't know, right? I've got 2 brothers. You know, it's like pulling teeth to get them to be part of the conversation when it comes to parents. So I would say we really need to push for more community involvement. You know, how can other siblings or other relatives or other people in our network, you know, lean in to help us be better caregivers so people don't feel that they're in this alone, you know, because we all say it takes a village.
Thank you. Thank you for highlighting community and the importance of that and leaning on others during those times. So you spoke a bit about the preparation element, and in a research study sponsored by Edward Jones in partnership with Next 360 and Morning Consult, many women identified themselves as the chief financial officer of their households, yet many were not involved in the investment decisions. I would love to know, what is Edward Jones's approach in terms of working with these types of clients?
Yes. So as you said, about 85% of women are making those everyday household spending decisions, but less than 50% tend to be involved in the investments conversations. And so what we're doing at Edward Jones is, first of all, recognizing that. And we work very closely with our clients to make sure that we truly understand what's most important to them. I think that's the very first step, because we're all very unique when it comes to our individual situations. So understanding what's most important to them and then working very diligently to tailor whatever solutions they need to their particular needs. So that's first and foremost. And then just looking at not just their short-term goals and needs or their wants, their wishes. It's looking at the long-term scenario, asking them about their beneficiaries. So people don't feel that they're alone in these conversations. We encourage our clients to really, you know, give us information about your employer so we can help provide advice and counsel about your retirement portfolios and where you need to be invested, that sort of thing. So it's really understanding, making sure that we understand our clients' needs comprehensively and holistically so we can really find the right solutions.
So you've provided perspective on how Edward Jones works with clients. I would like to pivot to how Edward Jones works with internal stakeholders. So recently, you all supported a recent Milken Institute report on supporting caregivers in the workplace and how employers can lead. The study found that fostering a supportive culture for caregivers is crucial. What steps has Edward Jones taken to foster such an environment, and what initiatives have been the most impactful for associates?
Yeah, so we've done several things. So we've talked about some of these things this afternoon at our different tables. Offering flexible working conditions, those things are significant. Making sure that we do have opportunities for people to work remotely. If you're not able to work remotely, how can we offer more part-time positions? How do we offer more flexible hours for people who need it? That's been really key, and our associates have really enjoyed those opportunities. We offer a lot of digital resources. We have an employee assistance program where people can take advantage of counseling services. Those are working really well. Sometimes people just need an objective or a neutral party to hear them out, you know, to just listen to what they're going through. And so our employee assistance program has worked really well. But what's interesting also is, I think Gartner came out with a study a while ago that showed that only 23% of employees took advantage of some of these assistance programs that employers offer. So there's more that I think we can do to really not just market, but make sure that we're offering the right things for our employees. So, but that was the second thing that's worked really well for us. We try to ensure lots of flexibility with our tax-advantaged programs. So think about health savings savings accounts, flexible savings accounts, those types of things, to make sure that our associates are getting what they need. We have a caregivers business resource group where thousands of people, are showing up during the year to just listen and get best practices about how different people within this caregiving community are finding ways to navigate their challenges. As I said, thousands of people show up every year to listen to what other people are going through and offer their perspective. So those are some of the things that we've done more recently that have been very beneficial to at least our group of associates.
Thank you. And the theme of flexibility is one that I know certainly resonates with a lot of employees and individuals who are in the sandwich generation and providing those caregiving responsibilities. I do have a last question for you, but I would love to turn to the audience questions, some that have been proposed. Let's start with the question, when looking at data impact of the economic burden for women, do you also look at the total economic impact of the family?
To the family, we certainly do. Again, there's lots of research out there that shows how much is lost. I think from a women's perspective, if we look at what women tend to lose in terms of loss, their income or social security benefits, that's over $300,000 a year. So that's significant. So think about what kind of impact that has on the economy. We have every single year, I think ARP came out with a study a while ago to show that 33 billion is lost because of employee turnover when it comes to caregiving responsibilities. So think about the economic impact of that 33 billion lost because people either have to reduce their hours or they have to leave the workforce in order to look after loved ones. So I would say, yeah, we do look at the total economic impact, and that should really, if we get the right support, that should be shifted to GDP, and we should all benefit from that.
And thank you for putting it in the context of the larger economy as well. Another question, turning more to the personal, how do you manage the emotional stress of balancing caregiving and career responsibilities? I think many of us would benefit from hearing that.
Yeah, I think we all have stories to share, right? I would encourage all of us, like I try and encourage myself every day, right? You put your own oxygen mask on first. Put your own oxygen mask on first. I think for women as a whole, that seems, again, I don't want to stereotype, but many of us tend to look outward. We're always trying to look after others. They're always kids. They're always elders to ensure that they're in a better place. But I would say the most important thing is to make sure that we are healthy enough and fit enough to look after others. When we are in a better position, I think we're able to do a better job for ourselves, our families, and society. There's a lot of anxiety and stress that people go through as caregivers. Again, unfortunately, it's actually it would have been my dad's 90th birthday today. He passed away last year, but I remember just darting, back and forth, flying thousands of miles to visit. It causes a lot of anxiety, but at that point in time, I'd already roped in enough help from around to just help balance out the caregiving responsibilities. And I think that's something that a lot of us can do a better job of. I think it was Shelley early on that was talking about asking, that women need to do a better job of asking. And even though she was talking about it from a business point of view, there's no harm in developing that capability of asking for help, asking for the resources that we need so we can do a better job for ourselves and society as a whole.
Thank you for referencing Shelley's comments, because she shared the name of the book, and I'll have to share it with the audience afterwards that she read that inspired that. Okay. And thank you for sharing that it's your father's birthday today.
Thank you.
So,
thank you.
Thank you for joining us today, and we honor him,
thank you
in
very
this
much.
story.
I appreciate that. He was a great guy.
Oh, wonderful. Another question for you, and perhaps this will be my closing question, or we can pose with this one. You mentioned in terms of the work that Edward Jones is doing, are there other types of approaches that you'd recommend for other businesses in terms of what they can do? I
think we're all trying to do similar things, right? Because I think people wants similar things. Everyone wants to be able to have the strength, to have the resources, to be able to look after their families. And I do think there's always a role for the individual, right? We have agencies to do what we need to do for ourselves, but from a business community perspective, there's so much more employers can do. I would just, some of the things I've mentioned before, there's more that we can do to ensure that our employees are taking advantage of the retirement planning opportunities that we have in our individual companies. Not enough people are saving for retirement. There are consequences to that later on. So I think employers can definitely help to push that more, because when we do that, the anxiety levels are reduced. There's more confidence that comes financially. If you're more confident financially, you're able to do a better job caring, because I've got those emergency funds. I'm not going to have to dip into my savings, or I'm not going to have to take out a loan in order to be able to pay for these rising costs that I'm experiencing, because I'm a caregiver for, these different generations. So that anything employers can do, providing paid care or paid leave, is really important. It's I shouldn't say it's unfortunate, but we find that in the US, almost 75% of people in the private sector do not have paid leave. I mean, that sometimes is shocking to think about it, but that's the reality for many people in the private sector. So the more that employers can do to create opportunities for people to get paid for their care that they provide, the better. Because again, back to the loss we're seeing, 33 billion annually, because people have to leave ultimately, that can go back into the economy, and that can go back into making that business even more profitable.
Well, Vanessa, I want to thank you for joining us today and providing insight into the work that Edward Jones is doing. But in terms of personal advice, in terms of putting your mask on first, the financial planning that can take place to set yourself up, as you're someone navigating the sandwich generation, I want to say we truly appreciate the ongoing partnership with Edward Jones, and thank you so much for speaking with our audience today about your own personal experience and the larger implications of navigating this chapter. So I'd also like to thank our audience for joining us today, and thank you so much, Vanessa.
Thank you, Shanique. Thanks, everyone.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is exciting. I'm Melissa Coity. I'm the founder and CEO of FinReg Lab. I have to say, listening to the prior conversation, it does feel personal as well as professional, the insights that we were getting. I say that, frankly, as a founder, an entrepreneur, a mother of 3 kids, right? Sandwich generation. So thank you for that. That was really good information, but also inspiring. I'm here today joined by Catherine Dolson, who is SVP of many things for Synchrony Financial. The particular angle we're going to talk about today, though, is data analytics. And we're now going to dig into not just, where data and analytics is useful for thinking about financial well-being and financial stability from the prior panel, but I would also say financial opportunities for those stepping stones to building wealth opportunities, employment, entrepreneurship. So first of all, thank you for joining us today, Catherine. But I think it'd be great if we just kick off with, wow, you're in data and data analytics. And where does that come from? How it's not typical. 2 of my 3 sons are actually computer science, math, and physics majors, because I have pushed and shoved. I have no daughters. But it's not, right, it's not the usual. And I hear this from them actually in college. How did you get interested in data analytics, before we hear your journey to Synchrony?
Okay, thanks. Well, first I got to say I'm honored to be here with so many inspirational and impactful women. So So, applause to all of you. You guys are making a great impact on the world. So thank you, Melissa. So I guess I am a bit of a math geek. I just was always drawn to math as a way to sort of solve puzzles and riddles, and went on and I got a degree in data science because it was a great way to learn about different tools and techniques to answer questions and problems using data, right? And right now we have so much computing power that's really exploded, and we have so much data. And so we can actually use all of this computing power, data, advanced analytics to answer really complex questions and make people's lives better. And so at Synchrony, I lead a team of data scientists. And what we do is we provide access to credit so that people really can reach their financial goals. So using a lot of these advanced techniques and data, we will look at applications for credit and decide who gets the credit. We want to lend money wisely, and how much credit to give them.
And we're going to dig into this. We're going to talk about this more concretely as we talk about data and different types of data. But just in the U.S. alone, we have up to 40 million Americans who are challenged in accessing credit. Many of them are younger. The CFPB, when they did their research back in 2019, found that they are often, insufficient credit history. Just to give some context of where I'm coming from, FinReg Lab actually has done some of the first public-facing research interrogating data intelligence and data insights to prudently and accurately predict credit risk of people who don't have a traditional credit history. So I know we're going to dig into that in a little bit, but talking about data and talking about the credit lives of Americans, at least Americans on average carry 4 credit cards, which is pretty remarkable in its own right. But maybe just to set the macro context, how important is that for the economy and for the world of credit access?
Yeah. So let me take a little step back. So at Synchrony, we issue credit cards and credit products. And for many people, their Synchrony credit card is their first credit card. And so it's really important to us that we, provide that initial stepping stone, because that initial stepping stone allows people, access to credit so that they can reach their financial goals. So we are the financing partner for many of America's very iconic brands. So you may have a Synchrony card, you may not know it. So we do the credit cards for like Sam's Club, JCPenney, TJ Maxx, Amazon, PayPal, Venmo, as well as like hundreds of thousands of other like small and medium-sized and even large-sized businesses. And so providing people access to credit is a very important stepping stone for them to, have opportunities and economic advancement and things like that. So the way to think about, credit is from 2 perspectives. First, from the, sort of consumer perspective, getting credit and building good credit is really important, right? So if you want to someday buy a house or a car, make those large purchases, you have to start by, getting smaller loans and credit cards to start with, right? And so people use credit cards to finance a bunch of things. It could be daily necessities, healthcare, it could be, a new room of furniture. All of that is very important for building credit history. And then from the perspective of the economy, right? So when people use credit wisely, when we issue credit and people use it wisely, it really powers the economy. So people can go out and they can spend money at their favorite, clients and partners and brands, and that really helps grow and build the economy. So at Synchrony, we're very committed to financial literacy and credit education, because we believe that you really need to understand how to use credit wisely. And when you use credit wisely, it opens a lot of doors for you, from an economic perspective. And so we partner with a lot of nonprofit organizations. And one of the organizations I want to call out is the Jeanette Rankin Foundation. So Jeanette Rankin was actually the first woman to hold federal office. She served in the House of Representatives early in the 1900s, so she was really a pioneer. And so the Jeanette Rankin nonprofit offers scholarships to women going back to college later in life. And so Synchrony partners with Jeanette Rankin. We provide mentorship and sponsorship, credit education, and we sponsor several women to go back and pursue their college degrees. And like I said, all of this is a very important stepping stone so that people can move towards that credit journey.
No, that is kudos to Synchrony, and looking forward to hearing more about that. So women, we're a room full of women, and it is also astonishing to realize it was not that long ago that women themselves were not able to access credit. I mean, this is crazy, right? And yet, here we are, we fast forwarded. But what was in part important was the ability to not have to rely on a male, a husband, a spouse, a brother. Data, though, was really instrumental ultimately in helping us understand risk and credit risk. And so it would be great to hear you talk about the relevance of data. How do we think about it in the context of women, but how do we also think about the importance of data for people who are more challenging to credit risk assess because of a lack of history?
Yeah, I mean, it is really crazy to think that, it was only several decades ago that women could not access credit on their own. They needed a husband, a father, a brother, somebody to co-sign or underwrite for them. And when I've heard all these amazing women entrepreneurs, I'm like, none of that would have existed if women were not allowed to access credit. So, and then if your spouse, passed away or you got divorced, like all of the, and we heard the women are the ones paying the bills, right, managing the day-to-day finances, but they weren't building their own credit histories. It was built under whoever the man was. And so, it wasn't until the Equal Credit Opportunity Act of 1974 that made it, where it was prohibited to discriminate lending based on sex and several other protected classes. It was really only in 1974 where women were able to really start building their own credit. And doing that on their own. And so that's a major turning point for women in this society. And like you said, fast forward till today, right, like at Synchrony, we use a lot of data, advanced analytics, so that we can even broaden, sort of who is eligible to apply for credit even more, right? And so an example would be, Gen Zs, young millennials, as they're starting out onto their journey, and they might not have much credit history or credit score, we can use a lot of those techniques and data. And a lot of them have grown up maybe in households that didn't have healthy credit or access to credit. And so we use a lot of those techniques to really help expand who is able to access credit.
Great. So you lead a team of data scientists, people who are really digging in to understand what the data insights and what data intelligence can tell you, both in terms of opportunities, new market expansion opportunities, being able to serve people, again, millennials, Gen X, Gen Z, I guess it's Gen Z, not Gen X, but people who don't necessarily have a deep credit history. Tell us about the team you lead, the data scientists, and what you're gleaning and what you're learning from what they're doing, the analytics.
Okay. So at Synchrony, we started on this journey several years ago to really build a new credit decisioning system, and we call it PRISM. And so the whole goal was to get more data to the point where we're making those credit decisions, and a variety of data sources that are easily plugged in, and so that we can make better credit decisions and really treat the people looking for credit not just as a number, not just as a credit score, but really looking at that whole person. And so we built out these this new decisioning system. And what we've been able to do is look at a whole bunch of different types of data. So we've mentioned the iconic brands that Synchrony works with. We actually have over 9,000 sort of data points that we assess. And so some of these iconic brands, these partners that we work with, they will share some of their data with us, like how long has this applicant been shopping with this client or this store. What's the brand loyalty? We will look at how often are they buying there? What are they purchasing? And so that adds information and context about that customer, brings them more to life. And then we'll also look at some information. 1 out of every 4, like you said, adults in the U.S. holds a Synchrony credit card. So that is that's very good information for us to have, so we can look at that information as well. We have information on our customers, and we'll also look at some other things for people who don't have as much credit history. We'll look at their checking and savings account data and the stability of that data over time. That tells us about that customer as well. How they're paying their rent, some of their other bills, and so we're really able to get a much more complete view of that customer, and not just treat them as a number or a score. And that's really allowed us to sort of expand who we're able to offer credit to, and and put those people on the right path towards building good credit history.
That's right. I'm glad you said that last point, because this isn't just about the first credit option. It's about being able to enter into the mainstream credit system so that you are then able to start to build a credit history. And we know how important a credit record is, not just for if you're trying to buy a home or trying to access a small business loan, but for lots of other reasons, credit scores are utilized. And so it's a really important component of financial well-being and financial stability. So it's exciting. So we both have been a part of, I just learned you were even there earlier days than I was, a part of a public-private initiative that's led out of the U.S. Treasury Department, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, to really bring together all the stakeholders, the financial ecosystem, to think about data and technology and the ways in which the use of that in the financial system can be deployed for bringing more economic opportunities to populations who may have historically been not engaged in the financial system. And this has been going on. It was actually stood up under the first Trump administration. Brian Brooks, who was leading the OCC at that point, he actually got off of FinReg Lab's board because he became the comptroller. And it's been going on since and doing some really exciting work. But I would love for you to share with the audience how you got involved and what you see that sort of opportunity and direction is and what you all are doing now with it.
Yeah, we're really excited to be part of this initiative. So, and like I said, it's a public-private partnership, and it's a great example where what we can do together. And so it's called Project REACH. It is, like you said, under the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, under the U.S. Treasury Department, and REACH stands for Roundtable for Economic Access and Change. And
I'm so glad you remembered what it stood for at this point.
And so through Project REACH, we are trying to reach people who are sort of credit invisible. These are people who don't have a credit score. And so because they don't have a credit score, they have sort of been left out of all of these, financial and lending and opportunities to build credit. And so what we've done is we look at, again, their sort of savings and checking account data and that stability of that data over time, and we use that to give them their first credit card. And so through Project REACH, Synchrony has actually approved 50% of the accounts that have been approved through Project REACH have been approved through Synchrony, so we're one of the big players. And then also what we found at Synchrony is, so for these people that we've approved through Project REACH, given them their first credit card, over 50% of them, within a year, they've got a prime credit score, which is a really good score. And that's a score that is then, opening up more doors for them to then maybe, be able to buy, a car or a home down the road. So it really has made a positive impact and opened up credit to people who traditionally might not have been able to get their first credit card.
Yeah, no, it's remarkable. And it really has brought together big institutions, big banks, small banks, the consumer advocacy community. Janae Roscoe is sitting in the room from, I almost said Project REACH over there, Janae. But lots of organizations who are really trying to think through the opportunities that data and technology may offer and the ways that collaboration between the private sector and the public sector can really help to advance economic opportunity. So, like we've been saying, there are a lot of people in the U.S. who are credit invisible. Are there thoughts about, how Project REACH and more of these kinds of collaborations may be advantageous for helping to drive economic opportunity that you'd want to share? And I know we're going to turn to the Slido questions here momentarily, too.
Yeah, so one last, sort of last few thoughts on Project REACH. So we've approved over 100,000 accounts through Project REACH. And so that's a great start. People that, we've sort of set them out on this path towards their initial credit journey. And this is the way, that we've kind of been working it, is that we start them off with a private label credit card with a small credit line. And then after they make several good payments, they're eligible for a credit line increase or, an upsell or an upgrade to, a general purpose card or a co-branded card where they can have more functionality on that credit card. And like we were saying, we're seeing that these people, when we give them a chance, right, because nobody's given them a chance before, you give them a chance, and they are making good payments, they're building their credit scores, they're opening up opportunities for them, and they're, like I said, many of them after a year end up in sort of a prime plus, what we would call credit score.
And I'll elaborate a little more. I know we have one question coming up, but another component of Project REACH, right, the data is obviously very important, especially for people who don't have a prior credit history, but also the ways in which the analytics are evolving. And AI is the big buzzword, but let's lower the temperature down. Machine learning is a form of AI, and it's a more sophisticated, nuanced way of understanding data insights. And another component of Project Reach, which your colleagues at Synchrony have also been a part of, is coming together to articulate a framework for the safe and responsible use of machine learning when you are bringing in useful data intelligence and insights, but do it in ways that are explainable, and do it in ways that are interpretable, and do it in ways that are fair according to our fair lending laws and obligations. And so it's a really important step to be bringing these banks, and frankly, FinReg Lab has been leading this work to articulate what is the safe and responsible way to use this type of technology. So keep your eye out. There's actually work that we've all been working on coming forward in the direction of how machine learning can be used safely, and what are the inclusion benefits that come from using those types of analytics. So we should go to the question that's posed, and if there are others, please do give them to us, but in one word, that's hard. You're gonna have to hold your hand up if you pose this question. What's the impact of a good credit score?
Can I have 2 words? How about saving money? Because, and let me tell you why.
That's good, yeah.
Because if you have a good credit score, then for any credit that you obtain, any kind of loan, the credit score not only dictates whether or not you get that loan or that credit card, whatever it is, but also the interest rate that you're going to pay,
100%.
right? So if you have a higher credit score, you're going to be paying a much lower interest rate, and that is literally dollars in your pocket. So I would say saving money. But that's a great question, right? And I don't think people understand that as much. It's like, you can get the loan, but at what rate are you going to pay?
100%. So. Wonderful. Any other questions? Anybody just want to shout out a question and mix up the afternoon time frame? Yeah.
Right, so let me kind of repeat the question, sort of at what age, right, should young adults start looking to get their first credit card? But I think the way you did it is a great way to do it. So for a young adult going off to college, maybe adding them as an authorized user on your credit card. So, and just being very careful that they don't overcharge, because you're responsible for the payments, even though they might be doing the charges. But that does start to build their own credit score. The credit scores will consider credit cards where you're an authorized user, so they will build a credit score. We also have to, ask for income, so if they're not making any money, they're not going to get approved for a credit card because they don't meet the ability to pay requirements. But I think going off to college is a great time, or like around that 18 years old, when especially if they're traveling somewhere, they might need to have a credit card for emergencies and things like that. So I would say around 18 is a good age. Do we have time for one more?
Yeah.
Do we have time for one more? Or no, no.
Oh, we
no.
are,
But again,
unfortunately.
we connect on LinkedIn. We can continue the conversation. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. This was
That's
fantastic.
great. Thank you.
I asked for Thunderstruck when I came up. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, next time. Thanks, guys. So, hello, my name is Lawrence Bowdish. I am the lead for Insights and Innovations for Financial Philanthropy at the Wells Fargo Foundation. I'm the last name there. I'm thankfully joined by, on my right, Letty Nocera, who is the director for the American Savings Education Council Economic Policy Program at the Bipartisan Policy Center. It's a lot of words in one thing. And then next to her is Alex Cawthorn Gaines, who's the executive director, Global Public Policy at JP Morgan Chase and Company. So why are we here? So Shanique called me and asked if I would mansplain to you all of the financial resilience problems that women have. And I said, nah, I don't know if I can do that in 20 minutes, but I'll try. So in the 1500s, coverture was a system by which women, I'm joking. But I said, oh, Mrs. Street, maybe it'd be better if we had experts come and talk to them about this. And she's like, all right, fine. And so we're lucky to be joined by the experts here. What we're going to do, the past two panels have talked about really specific needs, either retirement, individuals' investment, or the credit panel we just heard. We're going to speak a little more broadly about the issues of financial resilience. Like once we're able to execute those strategies, how holistically do they help frame the financial wellness of individuals? You're going to hear us talk a lot in this panel about a continuum of financial well-being and places where we can intersect individuals that are in need for financial resilience, either women and other disadvantaged groups, how they encounter specific issues and how we can meet them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by asking our panelists tell us a little bit more about their roles in their institutions and what financial resilience means for them and their roles and how that starts. So we'll start with my right. Letty, do you mind starting us out?
Not at all. Thank you so much. And just want to echo that it's a real honor to be here in this room. And I was really, really excited to hear some common themes throughout the day. One of them being public-private partnership, and that is really the ethos of what I do at the Bipartisan Policy Center, which is a little unique to what my colleagues do in the policy research. I certainly do dabble in that, and it helps inform what I do. But the American Savings Education Council, which is a public-private partnership, it was actually formed in the mid-90s by the Department of Labor and Employee Benefit Research Institute, really acts as a convening body to bring together people from the public and private sectors. So that's financial institutions such as JPMC. We're very honored to have Alex and her team as members of ASEC. We have the regulatory agencies that we're fortunate to count as partners, researchers, academics, really come together in a private setting to talk about pressing issues in retirement and financial security. And I think what sort of sets us apart is that these are all very actionable conversations, because I think it's really easy to sit around and talk about what the problems are, and certainly that's important to do, but then what? What are the next steps? And I'll just say I was really, really honored to be able to consult on the Department of the Treasury's National Strategy for Financial Inclusion. And that's really what we model within the American Savings Education Council. The recommendations out of that not only provide a roadmap for great initiatives like Project Reach, but how public and private sectors can work together to really solve some of these crucial issues in financial security and financial resilience.
And Alex, what does it mean for public policy at Chase?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to join this room of distinguished women, and very excited to dive into the conversation today. So first, for a bit of context, I'm representing the J.P. Morgan Chase Policy Center. We're a pretty distinct function within our corporate responsibility team. We really think about how we can identify, develop evidence-informed policy that has potential to move in all sorts of environments. But that would really drive inclusive economic growth. And to do that, to really identify those policies, we're looking at our business insights, we're looking at our data, we're looking at our philanthropic investments to really figure out what an agenda should look like that could be bipartisan, that could actually have momentum on the Hill at the state level, at the local level. And so in my work, I lead the financial health and wealth creation pillar within the Policy Center. And really, as Lawrence mentioned, I tend to think of my work along a continuum of financial well-being. So stability really being the first piece of that and really critical, foundational for financial resilience. Then looking at policies that could really help advance financial resilience. And then ultimately, hopefully getting all people on a pathway toward building wealth and then protecting that wealth that they accumulate. Our focus areas and our bodies of work are really around maximizing the use of conventional banking services, because we think that's critical for the economy. It's critical for consumers who want them to have safe access to their money, for their money to be protected. And then we also think about strategies that will support all consumers in building and protecting wealth throughout all stages of their financial journey. And that includes when they're really in a place of trying to cultivate more stability. So, when we think about resilience in particular, I think the ultimate aim of our work is to really help consumers build strong financial buffers. And we heard a bit today about emergency savings, about credit. Those are two really critical components. We released some research through the JP Morgan Chase Institute that really looks at what it takes to have appropriate financial buffers to navigate all kinds of issues that happen in life. That could include job loss, that could include illness, that could include a car repair or a home repair or a roof repair, which I had to do recently, or a roof replacement, which is very financially destabilizing, and really can ultimately impact for some households their progress toward longer-term economic mobility. So, I think our theory of change is that in order to get to that place of making sure people have good financial buffers, savings, access to credit, we really need to make sure they're in a place where they're, maximizing their earned income. They're able to meet their day-to-day expenses. And so we also advocate for things like passing tax credits, like the earned income tax credit, bolstering that, creating greater access to that. Our research really showed what the buffers that people were able to build when they had access to expanded child tax credit. So there's just a whole host of different policies that we really try to promote that also make sure people are in a place of stability so that they can get to that ultimate goal of resilience and wealth creation.
That's great. So to keep going on that thread, you both talked about sort of what actions can we take to help solve some of these issues. Alex, your point about the continuum, the stability to security, but it's not a march. It's not like, it's just this mindless, you just keep going, you'll make it. I want to shift a little bit to the obstacles. We've talked about some of the things we can do, but what are the obstacles that we're trying to solve for in these groups? Alex, would you like to start?
I think, we did actually have a great panel conversation earlier around how things like access to paid leave are critical, right? People drop out of the workforce. It's sandwich generation. I myself have a young child and then also a parent that I'm supporting in addition. So totally understand on a day-to-day basis what that entails and how that can really prevent you from being able to maximize your career and take advantage of all the opportunities that come before you. So I think that's a huge issue, and it disincentivizes essentially access to work that really pays well. And in particular for women. I think the other piece is when you do have to make that decision to drop out of the workforce, or if you face an issue where you have a disability or an illness that's really preventing you from engaging the way that you would want to, we need access to a strong economic security net. And so that includes things like disability, that includes things like insurance, unemployment insurance, that includes things like Social Security. And so strategies that really help people access those programs and protect those programs, I think, are really critical to make sure that people have that safety net when they have situations in life that prevent them from really being able to earn income and to make ends meet.
Letty, please, I'd love to hear your response. But I think also from your position, not only what are these obstacles, and even if there are tools, like there's SSDI and SSI, these things exist, but how can places like the Education Council, how can they help get people to them, help close those gaps?
That's a perfect segue to exactly what I wanted
Almost
to
like
talk
we prepared
about.
this.
It's wild.
Yeah. And if you have any questions, please get the questions in through Slido.
So I think there are so many tools and resources out there, and I think it's really important to focus on the messaging and how are we reaching, the people that would benefit the most from these tools and services. And that's not an easy question to answer. I think it really takes, a village, as was mentioned before. And I kind of wanted to provide an example, and I brought my notes up, but I told Alex she might have to save me on this because she is the expert, but I think this is a really great example of a program that reaches a population and not only, financially empowers them, but provides a lot of financial education and coaching along the way, which I know we're going to touch on later. But so I just, in the interest of spreading awareness about one such program, the Department of Housing and Urban Development facilitates a program called the Family Self-Sufficiency Program. And so families that are in the Housing Choice Voucher Program or in public housing are eligible to participate. And the way it works is they meet with their case coaches to reach their goals of increasing their wages. And as their wages increase, as they achieve those goals, then their rent is raised. And the difference between the baseline rent and the increase is actually put into an escrow account. And upon graduating the program, they'll have access to that escrow account. And I think in 2023, the average amount in those accounts was $10,400. And you think about, some of the things that Alex mentioned as far as, financial shocks. For a lot of people, a car repair is the difference between them having a job or not having a job. Not everybody has access to public transportation or the means. So did I do an okay job describing the program?
Absolutely, that's perfect.
I wanted to use that as a model of some programs that are out there. And unfortunately, FSS is really underutilized. I think it's something like 3% of eligible families actually utilize it. And it's certainly not for lack of effort of messaging with through HUD, through JP Morgan, who supports it. And Compass Working Capital and all of these other private sector companies. So I think we really need to get creative about how we're getting the word out and how we're reaching the populations, as I said, that would benefit the most.
So that's a great transition to our last question, and keep them coming, and we'll definitely refer back to that. So, and I'm also familiar with Compass Working Capital, and for them, they're able to leverage what some will call sort of a high-tech and high-touch solution, right? So when they're meeting at their housing authorities, they go and see somebody, right? And that person sort of helps coach them through the financial counseling over the 4 to 5 to 6 years they're in the program. But they also have access to this technology resource where what they get, Boston and Philly are their main areas. What they do in Boston and Philly, they can sort of spread that out to new places in Chicago. So what are some of the technology solutions? And I know we were kind of hesitant to use the AI word earlier, but just these high-tech solutions, what are some of the ones that you've seen that can help accelerate and expand some of these solutions in FSS or elsewhere?
Sure. Just sort of speaking at a very high level, and as a firm, we've invested in some of these, the use of AI-powered tools that can help you automate expenses, provide spending insights. I think a lot of us probably have access to these and have used these as well. Give you personalized advice. There's digital banking services, which people are very familiar with. Probably most of us in the room use those to manage our finances, to make transactions. But I think they're critically important, especially for folks who might live in underserved areas and rural areas where they don't have access to physical banks. And then mobile apps, platforms where you can gamify the experience to make it more fun and exciting to learn financial education terminology or having savings challenges, things like that. I wanted to offer a caveat, though, because I think policy does play a really important role here. There's lots of opportunities with technology, but there's also a lot of potential challenges. And I think one critical thing at the core that has to be addressed is our digital literacy divide. There are a lot of consumers who would benefit from this, don't have the skills or the necessary knowledge to effectively make use of those tools and then make good or well-informed financial decisions. And then also, in some cases, we have a digital technology divide where consumers might lack access to the technology itself, to internet connectivity, to really make use of those as well. So those are some core things that we need to address in tandem while we're also expanding access to new technology and AI. But I think it's also a place where policymakers and business leaders can really work together to really ethically, and we heard a little bit about this, like safely, ethically expand access while attending to some of those core issues that prevent people from being able to make the use of a thing that could really help them get to resilience and beyond.
I think policy also plays an important role in this sort of ties back to the financial coaching and education and empowerment, really being able to recognize the sources that are trustworthy. I mean, there's so much information out there right now. I mean, it's number one, even to know where to go if you're looking for, financial solutions through technology. But really making sure that people have the foundational knowledge to know when something is trustworthy or when something might be predatory. I read an article in the New York Times in January that there is a huge increase in the number of finfluencers. And I was like, oh, wow. Finfluencers, okay. And the point was that, these are people that are on social media platforms and that may or may not be qualified, and probably more often than not qualified to be providing investment advice and financial advice. And we think that, oh well, the younger generation can really fall prey to that. But the article cited, it really isn't just a generational problem. People of all ages who don't have that that capability and that empowerment are falling prey to this. So I think it's really important too, and there is a role in policy, and it is a real challenge because it just changing so rapidly and evolving so rapidly, and just making sure that these are responsible tools that are being offered to people.
Okay. Well, we're getting bum rushed here. So I think we can combine a few of the questions, and I think particularly maybe the top two here. We've given a few examples, but is there a current intervention that really excites you in this space? That can really help underrepresented groups achieve financial stability. So I think we can maybe address a few of them with one shot. Any thoughts on an innovative idea that hasn't come up yet?
So of course I'm more focused on the policy side than I am the product side, but I do think there's a lot of, what people need to really achieve financial stability, bottom line is cash, right? And I think there's a lot of interesting experimentation at the state and local level around income, guaranteed income, around child savings accounts, increasing access to those, expanding uses of 529s, making sure groups who traditionally haven't accessed those have access to can start to build wealth, but also meet their short-term needs. So I think there's some really interesting things, especially when you think about like the guaranteed income experiments that are happening, that are really starting to show some impact on how people can manage their money and think differently about their life choices.
Oh, I was just going to agree with everything that Alex said, and I think, we are seeing some really exciting products. I'm certainly not endorsing any product, but I think, people are getting really creative, and that does come with the other side, that we need to be careful and make sure that the research shows that this isn't perpetuating the cycle of debt, but things like earned wage access, where people that really do have liquidity challenges can access their pay before the traditional 2-week or month cycle, things like that.
I'll stay on a soapbox for a second, and I will promote a product because it's not mine, it's not yours. So there are ABLE accounts, these 529 accounts for people with disabilities. If you have a disability and you get a benefit, you're capped at $2K in assets. ABLE accounts are ran by state treasurers, and you can keep up to $100,000, $300,000 in them, right? And even for people with disabilities, if they get a credit card, which you probably can't, great, but your DTI, your debt to income ratio, is going to be awful because you're not going to have any assets to cover any revolving credit. And so I really recommend, for folks that, and we don't do it, right? The state treasurer's happy to go out there and have it work. If you're in Maryland, Betty Ann Mobley up in Annapolis will take care of you. These are definitely sort of products that at least we've seen. We've had a couple of questions asked about the youth, which I'm out of touch with, but you guys are younger than me, so you might know more about them. Are there things we can do specifically for younger audiences to really engage them in some of the stuff we've talked about?
I will just, the gamification piece is actually huge. And I think there are a lot of efforts underway in the financial literacy K through 12 space. And I've seen some just really creative apps. I mean, I have 3 boys myself, and I see some of the, things that they have that are implemented into their other curricula, and it's really interesting, and I think gamification is huge, and I don't just mean games, but that really does make a big difference when you're trying to reach a younger audience, and incentivization has also shown to be huge, and that's for kids and adults alike. We talk about emergency savings account through the workplace, and certainly the ability for auto enrollment is huge, but also incentivize through match, we work with Commonwealth a lot, and they've done some programs where like a free T-shirt gets some people to, whatever works, right? But I think that the gamification piece is huge.
Totally agree, and I think the one thing that I want to make sure that we hammer home too is that for financial literacy to really be effective, it needs to be in time, it needs to be in context. And so I think there's some caution around implementation of financial literacy, in particular in K-12 and curriculum. We want to make sure that you have resources that teachers are not necessarily taxed with also, they might be focusing on social studies, but have to supplant that with then talking about financial education. I think there's a lot of room for partnership there as well, especially as places like JPMC and other financial services institutions have curriculum they developed. And so I think there's some cool partnership that could occur there, but I think that making sure that those interventions are timely, they're in context for young people, make them stick more.
Any final thoughts? One last sentence you want to leave the audience with?
Too much pressure.
No, I will just thank everyone again for this, and to Lawrence and Alex, our moderator and co-panelists. This has been a wonderful experience, and it's a pleasure to be here with you.
Thank you all. I have been yeah, please. I have been directed to give you a 10-minute break and be back here circa 3:05. So thank you very much for your time.
Good afternoon, everybody. If you would please take your seats. I am Eileen Kelly Renato. I'm one of the senior vice presidents here at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. We are thrilled to have you all with us, and we are also thrilled to introduce you to a remarkable leader today. Dr. Yarrow Fong Oliveras is the executive director of the Gloria Cordes Larsen Center for Women and Business at Bentley University. In her role, Dr. Fong Oliveras leads the center's mission-based work to advance women's leadership in business from the classroom to the boardroom. She collaborates with industry experts and academics to determine wonderful programs for cutting-edge research, as well as best practices that can be utilized by all of us. In this session, she's going to dive into how each of us can use neuroscience and brain development to think about how to be a more effective leader. So things like decision-making, knowledge retention, and burnout can all impact how we make decisions and our effectiveness as leaders of our teams and of ourselves. So if we focus on those aspects, we can work on having best practices and skills developed to help us have long-term success. So I know you'll find this topic as interesting as I do. Please help me in welcoming Dr. Yarrow Fong Oliveras.
Hi, everyone. It's good to be here. And thank you for the warm welcome. This is a beautiful room, especially during these times. And so I'm just very honored and grateful to be here. As mentioned, I work within the Center for Women in Business at Bentley University, and I do a lot of leadership development work with Women Plus leaders. Our work, it's around really promoting women leaders from the classroom to the boardroom. We include pre-college programming all the way to board development within our programs. A little bit about me. I'm an organizational psychologist, and I study both neuroscience and also system psychodynamics. And that's just big words to say I like to study what is not being spoken about in the workplace. As many of us probably know, as women leaders, we face a lot of different challenges. Sometimes there's a lot of conversation, and sometimes what's not said in the room is what really matters. And that's what I find fascinating and what I connect to the brain. I also focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Ooh, I said it. And I've always focused on this work, right? Just because of who I am when I show up and who I always pay attention to include everyone. And so it may not have been called DEI when I was starting my career back in 2003, but certainly it was part of who I was. I look at DEI from an organizational effectiveness lens, as many of us might do. The other piece that's really critical for you to know about the Center for Women in Business is that we really think about gender as an evolving definition. We use the term women plus to signal inclusion to our non-binary and trans friends and to really amplify the power of all women. And that's one of the privileges that I get to have because we are located within a university that really, again, the new generation is being more flexible in the way they're thinking about gender, while at the same time we work with corporate partners to also support their Women Plus development, understanding that cisgender women are still, unfortunately, very underrepresented in the corporate world, right? So it's acknowledging the both and. So I'll move on because I know I don't have as much time as I would like. But I'm going to talk to you about brain-based tools for leadership, sustainability, and longevity. And I want to start with a quick story. Back in 2009, oh, wait, no, first I want to start with you. So let's go back and look at the Slido and just ask you to, in one word, share how are you in this moment. And I know you had a full day here today. How do I? Oh, there we go. One word, I know it's a lot to ask. How are you feeling now? And really, how are you feeling, right? Think about your body, think about your energy, think about your heart rate, your body temperature. All of these things cue you as to how you're feeling and how you're doing. And oftentimes, we're moving so fast that we don't actually realize it. Anxious is a very common, actually, anxiety is one of the things that I study as part of group development. When we are in a group, we experience a lot of anxiety, both because we want to feel like we belong and because we want to keep our individuality. So if you're feeling anxious, trust me, you're not alone. Hustling, I like that too. Lost. Tired, overwhelmed. Rage, yes, that's my favorite so far. Unsettled, sad. Yeah, so there's a lot that we're holding in this room, and I want to acknowledge it. And what I want to invite you to do as we move through this discussion is to really think about how you practice self-compassion, right? So we're very good at practicing compassion for others. How are you practicing compassion for yourself? How are you giving yourself grace? How are you enabling yourself to be in this moment non-judgmentally? And we'll talk a little bit about what mindfulness is as I discuss it. So I'll keep moving, and I appreciate you sharing. We are going to do another pulse check later after we do a little bit of mindfulness. So I appreciate your honesty in sharing how you're doing right now. So as I was beginning to say, my journey began back in 2009 after I had a full decade of working in the nonprofit industry, and I experienced what now I know to be burnout. At the time, I just took a break and I decided to pivot. I went from a nonprofit job to personal training because I enjoy personal training and I just needed a break. I didn't feel the energy. I was becoming depressed. I worked all the time. During that time, I was lucky enough to connect with a mentor who had a startup organization in which she developed leadership development retreats for women of color in the social justice movement. And so part of that, she invited me to do all of the training and development and nature walks and sort of all the mindfulness for the women. About 30 women, different generations, different areas of work within different community efforts, including reproductive justice, including youth and education, right? And so again, I came from an education background, so I was just very happy to participate. And when I went there the first year, the thing that stood out to me the most is that the elders, so we have about 4 or 5 women who were in their 60s who had given their lives to nonprofit work, community work, really contributed to social change, and they all reported chronic illness. Again, I'm in my early 30s, it's a long time ago, and I'm thinking to myself, oh, that's odd, but I'm not making anything of it until a few years of doing this work. 3 years I participated. Every year, the elders had the same issue. They reported chronic illness. They reported not being able to enjoy retirement. They reported not being able to enjoy their grandchildren, which was the most important thing for them, right? And so again, at the time, I took this to mean sort of a wake-up call for myself to really think about my sustainability, right? So as I went back to work and worked went back to school to do my management degree, I really set up a lot of checks and balances for myself. Now, a little bit sidebar about me, I'm the oldest of 5. I helped my mother raise 4 children. I'm also very ambitious myself, as you probably figured out. And so I worked really hard. I work really hard now, I worked really hard then. So I know that given the options, I'm going to work, and that's what I'm going to choose because I'm very driven. So I decided to do these checks and balances, and I was doing great until something happened in 2020. Can somebody guess? So I lost all of my checks and balances. And as a very responsible citizen, there was also something else that happened. There was a surge in DEI work, which is the work that I was doing. So as a responsible human, I was doing DEI trainings with corporate partners, sometimes until midnight. Sometimes they started at 6 a.m. because we have companies that are located in different countries, in different time zones. And I remember, at first, I felt really motivated. I felt really excited because, again, lifelong activist, I really felt like I was making a difference. Eventually, I was becoming burned out, right? And it wasn't just the work and the delivery. It was also the taking in all of the stories that folks were sharing. So again, I experienced burnout. So on top of that, I decided that it would be a great idea to get a doctorate. So I'm here, I'm getting my doctorate, I'm doing a lot of DEI, I am slowly burning out. And this is the context of how I became a neuroscience warrior, how I learned about neuroscience. And I was never a sciencey person, I'm more of a sociology person. But when I learned about neuroscience and how it supports your leadership and your sustainability, I finally felt a little bit of hope. And now that I look back on it, it made me feel like I could actually take control of my life. Right? So I'm always going to be a hard worker. Many of you might relate to that. A lot of us really care about not only what we're doing, but how we're doing it and with who we're doing it, right? And so that's the story that I came to. So I want to just make sure that I share with you some of the things that I have discovered that are really, really helpful in terms of making sure that you don't burn out. And I want to make sure that you know that there's a difference between stress and burnout. Everybody experiences stress. Again, we saw it in the pulse check. I'm not going to tell you not to experience stress. However, you have a responsibility as a leader to make sure that you don't get to burnout. And I know that sounds, sometimes people are selfish or self-involved, right? But you are, by thinking about your sustainability, you're thinking about the sustainability of your organization. It's not for you. I know it's nice to think that it's for us. It's for the work you're doing, it's for the families, for the community. So I want you to just hold that as we're thinking about the different tools that we have here. So the first strategy that I use is called cognitive reframing. How many of you have heard of cognitive reframing? Excellent. Ahead of the game. I love it. So cognitive simply means thinking. And reframing means changing perspectives. And what cognitive reframing does, it helps you control your fight or flight response, which is through your amygdala. And so by controlling that, you're able to really preemptively interject when your brain is developing what we call an association. Association means when you behave in a particular way, your brain is looking for efficiency and effectiveness. So it's going to automatically try to predict what it needs to do next. This idea is called neurons that fire together, wire together. Yeah, it's one of the most radical things, but it's so simple, and yet I feel like everyone should know and should be able to practice it. And so what it looks like, for example, is when I'm at work and I'm having my normal day and I'm getting an email from a colleague that perhaps, the way that she approaches me may be a little bit stressful, right, let's say. And I know that every time I receive an email from that colleague, let's say I get some increased heart rate, maybe my temperature's a little higher. Sounds like some folks resonate with that. And so rather than letting yourself sort of become used to or accustomed to that, how might you think of this experience in a way that supports your cognitive reframing? So for example, this is an opportunity for me to be creative about how I handle this colleague. This is an opportunity for me to build community with this colleague. This is an opportunity for me to build my mindfulness, right? And so the idea here is this is not easy, and it will become easier the more we do it, or more automatic the way we do when we do it. However, it's important because if you don't interject these patterns, they become part of your baseline. And so then they become what's called subconscious, right? And that means that you won't have awareness of it, you don't have control over it, you can't look at it. Does that make sense for folks? Okay, so how many of you think this is something that you might try? Excellent. And the piece about cognitive reframing is that unlike the emotional experience that we're having, which is often automated, we have a power to think, to control our thoughts, and to preemptively manage our emotions by controlling our thoughts. And that's the beauty of cognitive reframing that I really, really appreciate, is that, yes, as women, we have a reputation that we're emotional, or now in times of really high stress, we have a right to be emotional. We're human in terms of what's happening. And being cognitively aware really supports interrupting those patterns. The other piece that's really critical is mindfulness. How many of you have a mindfulness practice? Great, more than usual. Kudos on you. And the thing about mindfulness that I really want to emphasize today is it's very common. You can find a mindfulness video pretty much anywhere on the internet. The piece that is really critical is that mindfulness is not something that you should be relegating as a separate activity. Mindfulness is a mindset. It's how you approach your day-to-day. It's how you want to show up when you're stuck behind somebody and you're late for that performance evaluation and you're actually running the meeting and you're like, okay, I'm really stressed, right? Or when somebody cuts you off and you have a lot of words for them. You want to get into that experience of, okay, you want to access the mindfulness state in order to manage yourself. Again, there's probably a theme around here in terms of self-management. Now, mindfulness itself has been researched plenty. It's one of the most researched concepts in the literature of neuroscience, and it supports memory consolidation, it supports anxiety prevention, it supports well-being, supports even physical health, and all of those things. What I'm here to tell you is mindfulness is about how you do it and the consistency of how you do it. Not about on a weekly basis, I go to yoga and I do mindfulness in my yoga studio, but about 1 minute every day, whenever that is available to you, so that there is a consistency, because what you want with mindfulness is to have it readily available. It's almost like a superpower. Does that make sense to folks? Right, so it's not the time, it's not how long you can do it, and anyone can do mindfulness. I know folks sometimes are intimidated, I know I was. Sometimes I hear folks, I don't have enough time, right? And so really, I just invite you to start with 1 minute, and we're gonna do a quick 3-minute mindfulness, and then we're going to do another check-in. But I really want to make sure that you stay with that, especially in these times when we have so much going on. So we're gonna do a quick mindfulness exercise.
How can we call more for you today?
That's not what we want to do.
Or more. Now I get it.
Wow, and Jiffy Lube.
You may have heard
All right, folks, so, oops. Everyone,
Enhance
please.
your GMP contamination control strategy with SteraMist Decon from Surface Spraying. Automated full-room fogging for air and...
Okay, this is gonna work.
Surface
so
decontamination
everyone,
throughout your facility. Integration and complete custom build-ins to routine and emergency
skip.
Visit SteraMist.
Thank you. All right, so let's follow this meditation. Now that we've had a good laugh, everyone, please get comfortable, uncross your legs.
Hold for 4. Exhale for 4. Hold for 4. And again, breathe in for 4.
Try to
This is
listen to the
different,
guided
and
meditation
that you
to the best
yourself
of your
will
ability.
create what the pattern is. I personally have found that my favorite anchoring breath is 3 counts in, holding for 2 counts at the top, and then exhaling for 11, and not holding it all at the bottom before returning back to 3. Now, this is just something that I have personally found to feel best to me. I invite you now to take a big, deep breath in on your next inhale, and then exhale it out completely, moving however feels good. And on the very next breath in, trust the count that comes to you for how many breaths in. And then when you reach the top, trust the count that comes to you for how many counts to hold it. And then when you exhale, trust the number that comes to you for how many counts to exhale. And the same at the bottom. And when you return to the inhale, repeat that pattern for yourself. Just continue to breathe in this pattern, keeping all of your awareness on your breath. Noticing how when you focus on the count and the breath together, it's a lot easier to stay here in the moment with your own breath. Very good. Stay with this cycle of breathing for as long as you wish. And when you're ready to end this practice, take your time, slowly stretching and moving how you feel called, and gently blinking your eyes open whenever you're ready.
Everyone take a deep breath in, exhale, and you can be loud. That's another thing that I encourage. And now we're gonna do a second pulse check and see, test this out. How are you feeling right now after doing that very brief mindfulness exercise? So let's go back to the word cloud. I know I have questions about that, but we only have a few minutes. Definitely catch me after to tell me more about that. I'm glad to know that we have a little bit of progress, and that was a very brief meditation. And as I said, really the idea here is consistency, right? So for some of you, maybe this is something you do all the time. Oiled, I like that one too. Please find me after for that one. This is not being recorded, right? All right. Back to the main event. So this is what I think it's, again, I was speaking in this subject. This is something that usually folks have not heard of, so I'll ask again. How many of you have heard of the Healthy Mind Platter? Yeah, so consistency. And again, this is one of those things that is very easy and very accessible for anyone to really get in touch with. It's something that is fashioned after the nutrition plate. And I'm just gonna share a little bit about how to use it in terms of balancing your day so that you can optimize your brain functioning. The Healthy Mind Platter, as I said, really fashioned after the nutrition plate. It's composed of sleep, physical activity, focus time, connection time with other humans, playtime, downtime, and time in. There should be a bookmark going around that shows these things, and is intended to be a daily guide for your life, right? So most of the time we do sleep, hopefully. So that's already in. And they're also in an order of importance. So I always say, if you have the option of going to the gym or sleeping in, sleep in. Sleeping is when you have cell regeneration, healing. Even there's some research that shows that we even process trauma when we're sleeping, right? So some of those dreams that you're having are actually you healing from experiences that you've had throughout the day, right? So pretty critical. And so I really do want to emphasize the importance of sleep when it comes to your brain. The second piece is physical activity. And physical activity, I mentioned that I was a personal trainer. It's what you enjoy, right? It's not about there's one size fits all. If what you enjoy is walking around, or if what you enjoy is watching Beyonce videos and dancing in the living room, please do that. And some of you do. I know from experience, some of my colleagues, that's what they do. But really, again, I can't stress enough, the brain likes consistency. It wants to be able to predict what we're doing. The other piece that's really critical, and again, I'm not debating with you about multitasking. Multitasking in the world that we live in today is something that we probably cannot avoid. But you need to spend some time during the day focusing on one thing. How many of you do that? Maybe it's reading the newspaper, online. So I really encourage that. That's something that's very important for your brain, because otherwise it's too much overload, too much information coming, and you lose your power to make your brain focus, right? So it's, again, making sure that you have control and you have some management aspect to your brain. Connection time is the time that we spend with one another. So again, working from home, hybrid environment, and making sure that you're getting your full family life. It's really important for the brain. Playtime is something that us working adults have a really hard time with. And playtime is not playing with your kids, because that's still a chore. Actually, and it's not actually, I know, surprise. And it's not actually video game time, even though I see that there's a video game icon. It's actually just time being childlike and letting your brain wander, right? And that really promotes your creativity, flexibility, your ability to adapt, right? All very important things. Downtime is time that has no purpose. And how many of you do that? Or at least, excellent, amazing. This is not something that we are good at. Because it's not time focusing, it's not time playing, it's really just time being. Some of you are skeptical about this, I can tell in your face. I can tell in your faces. And again, this is something I want to acknowledge, that this is not easy, right? But the downtime, what I do is I spend 15 minutes in my car before I go into my office just staring at the trees. It's really amazing. And then I go in and I'm such a better human. You can ask my team. Or maybe not. And then time in is time reflecting on your day, right? So reflecting on, and it could be, now that I am a little busier, I actually have Otter, where I actually have voice reflections. And it really has been amazing for me. It could be a few minutes. I grew up journaling. I'm a big journaler, introverted, and I like to reflect. So whatever that is for you, I really encourage you to use the technology. So again, one thing that I want to re-emphasize here is these are in order of importance for your brain. So in absence of choice, choose sleep and then go down the line. So again, just want to recap to finish the talk. Our recommendations are pay attention to your burnout rate and stress, right? So now that you have a little more information, you know yourself, we all have different baselines. Make sure you're paying attention to your stress levels and make sure you're interrupting and making sure that you are preventing burnout. Really think about practicing how you reframe and also how you practice mindfulness and access it on a regular basis. Please don't come out of here thinking I have to adopt a mindfulness practice regimented and thinking about how it's relegated to a separate activity. If you come up with something that really helps you, also please let us know. And then finally, the bookmark, the Healthy Mind Platter. I can't stress enough how much that has helped me, including those 15 minutes of doing nothing, to make sure that I, at the end of the day, feel complete, ready, and also ready to start the next day. So again, I hope you take these recommendations. I want to finish the talk by just reminding everyone how I started, which is you are your biggest asset. You have to protect yourself, you have to nurture yourself, and you are also your organization's biggest asset. I know that for a lot of us, we think of leadership as selfless, as giving back, but you have to pour into your own cup. I know you've heard this saying before. You have to pour into your own cup before you pour into others. So it's a responsibility. In my mind, it's a responsibility of each of us to be sustainable and to be here for the long run. Please stay in touch with us. It's been great to be here with you. Thank you. And I keep this, right?
Doctor, I may or may not dance to Beyonce videos in my living room. My kids know the truth. I'm Mark DeCourcy. I'm the Senior Vice President here at the Chamber Foundation. And this is my 12th International Women's Day event here at the Chamber. Thank you. And let me tell you why it's one of my favorite events. I told this story, I think, at the first one I went to, which is actually we did up in New York with the United Nations. And it has to go back to my mother. So my mother was a substitute teacher. She was a single mom. This is back in the 70s when economic opportunity for women was not much of a thing, right? And she found an opportunity to get trained. She found an opportunity to advance. And she became a pretty high-level executive in the computer industry because of all that. And I remember the sacrifices she made, and we all made as a family. And I really attribute what she did back then, which enabled me to get here today. And if not for that, you wouldn't be hearing from me. So as I think about it, and I think about my own daughter, who's a senior in high school, who's ready to embark on her career in college and beyond, I hope that she has every opportunity that my mom had. And I think she will because of people like you in this room. So thank you very much. And I know you didn't come here to hear from me. You came here to hear from the next speaker. And I want to brag on our next speaker just a little bit. Rebecca Moffett, she is the president of Vanguard Charitable. She has been there as president for over 3 years. She's been at Vanguard for 19, and she started in the marketing department. Now, for those of you who may not be familiar with Vanguard, it is one of the largest grant makers in the country. These are numbers off your website, so if it's even more, say so, right, Rebecca? But they've been around for 27 years. They've given out $21 billion. That's a lot of money to over 135,000 charities. And all told, that's like 2 million grants. That's a lot of impact. So I'll stop. Let's welcome Rebecca up here, and she's going to talk about women in leadership and philanthropy and everything else that Vanguard has done and what she has learned along the way and impart that wisdom upon with you. So thanks a lot.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is really lovely to be here with all of you today. It's been a fabulous day, and I'm just so grateful to have been invited here to share a few thoughts with you, but importantly, really share in this day and be a part of this community. As Mark had said, my name is Rebecca Moffett. I'm the president of Vanguard Charitable. And today, I really want to focus a little bit in sharing some tools, the beginning of some tools, where you can really think about increasing your own personal charitable impact. And I'm going to hopefully do that through the lens of the resources that we share with our donors today. So let's put this a little bit into context, and I'm going to build on what Mark had said and share a little bit about who we are. We are one of the largest grant-making organizations in the United States, and we have achieved that status through our sponsorship of donor-advised funds. So let me just take a minute on what that is. Who here has heard of a donor-advised fund? Way more than I thought, so that's amazing. A donor-advised fund is a charitable giving tool. It enables donors to really give more, to give safely, give thoughtfully in supporting their favorite causes, both today and tomorrow. And by setting up a charitable giving account with donated assets, donors can recommend grants to their favorite organizations and do so over time. They leave all of the administration to us, and importantly, they can involve their family to create truly a legacy of giving. Last year alone, we granted away in just 1 year $3 billion, more than $3 billion. That was a record year for us, and that's been on top of several record years of grants going out. And in that 1 year, those dollars went to more than 60,000 unique organizations globally, all at the recommendation of our donors. So it's been really phenomenal to see this impact come through these incredible individuals. We work with about 30,000 donors, or I would say accounts, so 60,000 donors across the United States. And I get the privilege really of working day in and day out with these donors. They're making a long-term commitment to support their charitable values, both today and well into the future. And they're doing so very often by creating charitable giving plans. And these plans really guide the impact that they want to make both today and into the future. And we're going to talk through a couple of components of those plans today that hopefully you can take back with you. We've been around for nearly 30 years. As Mark had said, I've had the privilege of being with the organization for 20. I truly started entry level and was able to work up and across the organization and really have the benefit of seeing our organization grow and the generosity of so many. We were founded by Vanguard, the investment company, who I'm sure you're all familiar with, but we are an independent 501c3 public charity. And so where I really want to spend my time with you today is sharing how we encourage our donors to really reflect on the values and motivations that they have in order to maximize their philanthropic impact. But I'd love to be able to do that specifically with women in giving in mind. We are going to use a few minutes of the session to take a giving personality quiz, which I hope will all be just a fun moment for all of you, and will help you to better understand your own giving profile to really help you align your financial and personal resources in order to increase that impact. And then we'll even have a moment, hopefully, to share some of those reflections with a neighbor. So first, let's really talk about the power of women in giving. The Women's Philanthropy Institute out of Indiana University, phenomenal institute, has found that women now control 30% of the global wealth. And women are using that wealth to drive forward social change. And when women engage in giving, they do so through very strong empathy and toward causes that are very personal to them through personal experiences and those causes that they believe will create and drive a more equitable world. And specifically, the Women's Philanthropy Institute has found that women are more likely to donate than men do, and when they do, they give more to charity than men. And also that when women give, they give a larger percent of their income than their male counterparts. So some really interesting statistics to reflect on. We all know some famous women who are living out these trends today, right? Names come to mind like Mackenzie Scott and Melinda French Gates, who are giving large personal sums away to incredible causes. And Melinda French Gates, who's also volunteering their time, giving their expertise, right, to causes like women and girls as well. But I think it's important for all of us to remember that it's not just the household names that can make a difference. And it's also not through the traditional financial donation and only through that form that we can have an impact. So a charitable impact can occur truly in a number of ways. It includes giving your time, right, as a volunteer or a board member to charity. Giving your talents and skills, of which, as I look out into this room today, there are so many more than you can count. It is by making partnerships, creating community connections in order to drive that passion forward, in addition to the monetary donations that you may be able to provide. And when we work with donors at Vanguard Charitable to create a strategy and a plan for maximizing their philanthropic impact, and yes, on the financial side, but I think this can absolutely extend, we really focus on their values and their motivations for giving. So we have conversations and really take the time to discuss what their giving preferences are. So for example, something like, does a donor prefer to give to established organizations versus newer or more innovative organizations? What are the cause areas that they're very passionate about? Where geographically do they have a preference in giving? And really importantly, what are the personal experiences that have guided their core values forward? Like tradition, honor, resourcefulness, and loyalty, just to name a few. Those are just a few components to reflect on that can come together in a charitable plan in order to really guide your decisions forward. And by reflecting on what's important to you, you have the knowledge to plan and then ultimately commit in much stronger ways. And you can extend that, right? You can extend that plan to your donations of your talents and of your time, in addition to those of your treasure. And so let's dive into a couple of different ways to be able to actually create that plan and have some of those reflections. So let's see. Uh-oh. Oh, no. The QR code is not here. Huh. Well, that is a bummer. There was a charitable giving quiz that had a QR code here, which was really the most fun part of this whole session today. And so maybe afterwards, I don't know if there is a way that we can get that all out to you. But in that, and I just want to make sure it's not like, no, it's not showing up anywhere here. It's in the back, it's not showing up in your slides either, the QR code. No. Okay, all right. Well, we're going to be flexible here and pivot a little bit. So in our, we offer a charitable giving quiz, right, to our donors. That would be really wonderful for all of you to take. And we ask questions. I think it's a 45, it is quite quick, right, a 45-second quiz. And within that quiz, we ask our donors questions like, again, where are their geographic preferences? If you had a choice of the type of organization to give to, of whether that is a long-standing organization that you have great trust in, or one that is a startup who's really driving some newer causes forward, what would you prefer? Again, there's no one right answer here. Are you motivated by spiritual or religious reasons? Do people seek you out for your type of philanthropic advice? When you answer those questions, and there is one certainly about tax motivations as well, you are given a profile. And those profiles we have categorized into 4, I would say, very fun profiles, right? One is a transformational trailblazer, an empathetic explorer, a living legacy, or a humble humanitarian, for example. You receive a description, right, about this giving profile. And the giving profile provides a number of behaviors that may or may not resonate with you. And so, for example, I am a humble humanitarian. So my description says that I'm a local leader who cares deeply about my community. It says that I'm more than results-oriented, that I am results-driven. I think we've heard likely a lot of those sentiments today. While that description absolutely connects with me, it's more than it just being a connection. I use it in a really purposeful and useful way. How many here today have more asks coming at them on how you can use your time in your favorite causes or favorite organizations than you can possibly give your time to? Yeah, it's a great show of hands. In order for us to maximize our philanthropic impact, we need to be able to say no. Right? And that is okay, because by saying no or prioritizing or focusing, we can make sure that we are aligning our time, our talents, and where we get the greatest motivations to those areas. I have been asked many times to drive a fundraising effort, give to an organization, review an organization strategy, look at the financial statements. But knowing for me in this description, and again, we'll get this quiz out to you, that I am motivated, right, by community efforts, and that's where my impact is the strongest, I can now narrow my focus. And I've prioritized in my personal time those organizations that meet that profile. In addition, I've taken that one step further. I have 2 young children at home, 7 and 10, and I am very invested, right, into their engagement in their educational experiences and how they're experiencing that engagement, right, through the community that is surrounding them. And so I've taken that description, right, of the humble humanitarian, knowing that I'm driven, certainly by these community-led efforts in areas where I am very results-driven, and I have further prioritized the organizations that I give my time to that are youth-focused as well. So I've now taken all of that information, and the next step that we give to our donors is to ask them to craft a charitable mission statement. And so in that lens, right, my charitable mission statement is that I'm looking to profoundly, right, enhance the educational experiences of youth in my hometown of Maple Glen, Pennsylvania, by fostering a supportive and engaged community. There's a number of keywords in there, right, that help to guide, help me to make decisions as these various asks come in, but importantly, help me to make sure that my impact is being maximized where it can be. And so what I'd love to do, the next slide was connected, certainly, to your results, which you don't have. But in pivoting and being flexible today, rather than maybe these questions that are up here on the screen, I'd love for you to turn to your neighbor and talk a little bit about what are the personal experiences that you have had that help to drive where you look to maximize your charitable time. What are those values that you prioritize the most? And how might you think about maximizing your own philanthropic time, your treasure, and specifically your talents by really, oh, hey! It's amazing. The best team, that's for sure. Why don't you take a moment and take the quiz? We can forego that, then you'll at least have something you can walk back and reflect on. Look at that. So I will say one thing, as you take the quiz, you're going to see the word donate in there a number of times. This is a quiz, right, that was designed for our donors in creating their financial plans. But I'd ask you to use the word broadly, use the word donate much more broadly. Use it in terms of giving your time, giving your talents as well. Give another 30 seconds, and then I'm interested to learn your profiles. All right. How many folks are still working? A few more. All right, everyone. With a share of hands, how many transformational trailblazers do we have here today? It's amazing. All right, how about empathetic explorers? All right, I love it. It's amazing, amazing. How about living legacy? And lastly, humble humanitarians. That one is like room divided, so that's very interesting. You know, show of hands, who connected with their giving profile? And who was really surprised by it? Again, it's a personality quiz, so it is not going to be the most scientific. However, I do think it helps you to reflect on how the questions may relate or may not relate, certainly, to your giving style. As I mentioned before, it's really helpful to take the learnings here and apply them to a statement that can help guide your statements or your giving decisions in the future. But maybe now, because we do have a minute, now we can turn to your neighbor, and there's just one question that I'd love for you to ask. And that is, how have your personal experiences to date either aligned or not aligned to these results? So for 30 seconds, turn to your neighbor and have that discussion. How have your personal experiences either aligned or not aligned with these results? Yep, sorry. All right, everyone. I hope that the quiz, and thank you for being flexible with me with the quiz. I hope that the quiz left you with a little bit of reflection to take back. Please use this in thinking about how you can give your time, your talent, your treasure in an impactful way that keeps it focused and provides a framework for your decision making in the future. Thanks so much. Great to be with you today.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. That was a fantastic presentation, and thank you all for your flexibility around the QR code and its appearance. I hope you all enjoyed taking the quiz as much as I did. So my name is Shanique Street, and we've had the pleasure to meet earlier. I am pleased to introduce Anna Krajicic, the partner and chief knowledge officer of Oliver Wyman Group, and the Chief Operating Officer of the Oliver Wyman Forum, the firm's think tank. Anna is a change maker who excels at integrating customer insights with business strategy and leadership effectiveness. Her current work delves into evolving human needs and behaviors, particularly how they are influenced by AI and future generations. With 20 years of consulting and operational experience in corporate strategy, organizational effectiveness, and new business ventures, Anna's expertise in developing and leveraging intellectual capital has been instrumental in driving organizational success and innovation. In today's presentation, Anna will discuss the importance of women's leadership and ways to foster key leadership qualities. Please join me in welcoming Anna Krajicic to the stage. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me today. I realize I'm one session away from your day ending. So we're going to try to make this as fun as possible and as invigorating as possible. Shanique mentioned I'm a partner at Oliver Wyman. I also on a day-to-day basis run our think tank, the Oliver Wyman Forum, which is really our hub for both Oliver Wyman and Marsh McLennan. From a thought leadership perspective, as well as bringing together senior leaders across diverse public sector, private sector, academia, et cetera, to solve critical challenges that we're facing. They've never been simple, but they're more complex than ever. So with that, we're going to start macro with State of the World, which is something that I released at the World Economic Forum at Davos this year. There's a lot of disruptions, so as we talk about those disruptions, don't let them get you down, because I actually think there's also a lot of hope in the world, and we're going to talk about what it means for women at work, as well as for women's leadership, and then the next panel is going to delve into some of that with a little bit more detail. Going back to 5 years, part of what I do on a day-to-day basis is I study humans. I study how humans are changing. I look at human insights. What does it mean in terms of what we expect for the world, what we expect for our economies, and what we expect from consumers and employees. And when I remember when COVID first hit, I was sitting in New York, and I couldn't believe that we were running out of toilet paper. I mean, who predicted that we would run out of toilet paper? And as I was talking to people in Europe and the Middle East and Asia, different countries were running out of different things. So like in the Czech Republic, they ran out of art supplies because the first thought was, how am I going to entertain my kids when they're at home, right? And we were running out of toilet paper. Now, I'm not going to go into the analysis of what that means, but looking at how humans are changing is incredibly important, and so we're going to talk a little bit about that today. But we're going to start with a macro focus, which is we have 5 big revolutions unfolding simultaneously. Each is historic in its own right, but together they're creating an incredible complexity for anyone to deal with emotionally on a day-to-day basis, but also to manage from a business perspective as well. So, there's been a lot of talk around the geopolitical depression. I kind of like to call it the revenge of geopolitics. We used to be in a world where markets influence politics. We're kind of in a world where politics is influencing markets. And, I don't need to tell you, we've got wars on 3 continents. We've got, global military spending climbing for the 9th year to peak levels. The kind of post-World War II framework has shifted massively. And we see geopolitical blocks that are real economic rivals to each other. And that has massive implications in terms of just how we manage day to day, but also for women. This brings me a little bit to the second revolution, which reflects a big shift in economic philosophy and the role of governments in markets. Kind of traditional free market principles have been overtaken more and more by economic nationalism. And so government interventions, if you look at interventions in commerce, if you look at restrictions, if you look at trade policies, are shifting on a day-to-day basis. the world is becoming much more complex. And then the third, obviously, I've heard lots of speakers say we don't want to mention the word AI. Well, we have to talk about AI. It's not just for innovators, right? This is the primary driver of competitive advantage. We expect it to be a huge primary driver of productivity. And when you look across it, it's striking to see that AI infrastructure and access is predominantly in private hands, right? And you look at NVIDIA is estimated to power the majority of AI model training. It has approximately 80% of the GPU market for AI workloads. How that entire transition with AI that we're about to face has also fed into a country competitive aspect and is fueling partially that economic nationalism. But I'm going to leave you with one thought, because I actually used to live in DC when the internet revolution happened. And at that time, where we are now, Google had not yet come to market. So just think about all the players that you know in this space and think about all that they're doing. Today, 98% of the value of search went to Google, right? It wasn't there at this time. So we're very in the early stages of what this means. In terms of the next one, climate, obviously a huge one, big issue. 10 years ago, world leaders gathered in Paris, signed the agreement. Last year was the first year we were over that 1.5 degree. You didn't have to watch California to know that we're not on the right path. This is becoming very visible in a lot of our cities. We're seeing losses from climate skyrocketing. So the gap in insurance is a critical gap in our preparedness. And women have a big role to play here as well, which I'll talk about in a little bit. And then the last one, which we are actually going to spend a lot of time on, is demographics. Our age structures are inverted in the majority of the world. Half of the economies of the world face shrinking workforces. Obviously, that presents a challenge. And we also have an issue in every one of our companies. So we've got 5 generations now in the workforce. Yes, there are a couple of % of the silent generation still in there. And the future workforce is already here. And what they're asking for from their leaders, what they're asking for in terms of training, in terms of how they work, in terms of how they interact, is different than how any of us who are not Gen Z were brought up. And so success requires an understanding of all of these forces simultaneously, because they're compounding. They're moving forward and they're compounding. So I know we spent a little bit more on this, but we're going to dig in pretty quickly. There's quite a few headwinds, but we're going to start with a basic economic equation. Part of my life I spent in Maryland, went to school there, was an economist at one point in time, and so we're going to start with a basic economic equation. Economic growth is driven by population growth, labor force participation growth, and basically productivity growth, how productive our workers are. For the majority of the Industrial Revolution and the majority of our known time, all of our economic growth has been through population growth. The only country that's managed to grow economically through productivity growth on a sustained basis is China. So across all 4, we see a pretty concerning trend. We're in a world where in most regions, population growth has plummeted, unless you're in Africa or in parts of the Middle East. We're getting older. The US median age was 32 from 1990, expected to go to 41 in 2050. Think about what that means in terms of the products and services you're going to see around. And if you can't imagine, look at South Korea, which is facing a huge issue of its own right. And our fertility rates are at 1.6 children per woman, so below sub-replacement level. So that means we're participating less in the workforce, and we've plateaued on productivity. And so even if you assume AI is going to improve our productivity, we have real issues in terms of how do we foster that economic growth on a go-forward basis. And women have a huge role, men as well, but women have a huge role to play here, where we can't, just continue with the status quo. And I think you see on the last one, that was the productivity one. For the first time in 3 years, global economic growth is expected to hold steady. So it brings real challenges to what we do. So what does this mean? Well, we have to count on women. It's not an if, it's not a do I want, it's not a, this is a nice thing to do that we're going to gather once a year for International Women's Day and we're going to talk about this. We have to count on women as well as men to drive our future economic growth. There's no other way around this equation. So even if we started having more children today, which some folks are recommending, those workers wouldn't be around for another few decades. So what does that mean? We have to solve the imperative for how to get this done, and how do we ensure that we have more women leaders to attract more women into the workforce, because they will not come if we don't have more women leaders. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. On the climate side, I heard somebody talking about elements of this earlier today. Women also have a key role to play. And they also have a key role to play on AI, and they also have a key role to play in geopolitics. These are intertwined issues. Women are more likely to engage with climate change than men. Similar way that they're more likely to engage with philanthropy, whether it's on climate, whether it's through investing in ESG or just considering the environmental impact when purchasing products. And so as share of wallet shifts, as decision-making shifts, we have to have women as part of the solution and contributing to creating the solutions. So what's the issue? Well, we have a lot of barriers to equal participation. And we have barriers to equal participation in the economy. We have barriers to equal participation in politics, which makes it kind of difficult to enable greater access to work and greater access to economic opportunities. I partnered last year with the World Bank and women political leaders. And we kind of took some of the data assets that they had and took some of the data assets that we had and did some analysis to look at, are there any correlations between public sector and private sector? Well, there are. Basically any countries that have higher political representations have higher legal and economic equality. If you don't have political representation, guess what? Those policies, those laws, the enforcement of them will not get done. So if we start with the economic issue and then move it forward and think, how do you actually create change? This was really shocking to me as somebody who spent multiple decades in the private sector supporting women and making sure we get more women coming up the ladder. We have to do it on the political side as well. It is not enough. Oh, I think we skipped one. But this crisis of labor force participation and employee engagement, it's a gender agnostic issue. I don't want to say that we're only talking about women today. We are, but we have to have men at the table as well. We're seeing an increasing share of workers not only exit out in terms of labor force participation, we're seeing them disengage with their employers, whether it's on how they view their careers or whether they feel optimistic or are they concerned about their future. And now let me ask you, guess how many employees today would prefer an AI manager to a human manager? Raise your hand. Across 15%, who thinks it's 15% would prefer an AI manager? No one, okay. 30%? Okay, 40%? Okay, either I've lost all of you because it's the end of the day or something else is happening. 28% for non-Gen Z, 42% of Gen Z would prefer an AI manager to a human manager, right? It's not just AI, we're talking about mass disengagement. And so think about why is that happening? It tells us a lot about the fact that we need to rethink how we work. And it has to change, right? The US labor turnover cost is over $1 trillion annually. We're talking about finding savings here and there. Imagine if we could actually make a difference on this one. So when you think about leadership, what role models come to mind? With all of this backdrop and all of this change, and for those of you that have Gen Z kids, I'm sure you've seen that change at home. Who would say, I don't know, objective decision making? Do you think that's in the top 5? Ethics? Maybe? All right. Let's see what there is, what's there. So what makes a good leader today? We asked this question, and we saw the top 5 traits from strong communication, objective decision making, emotional intelligence, adaptable to change, and behaves ethically. And you go, oh, that kind of makes sense. I could see that, right? But it wasn't always this way. So what's different? If you look across generation and you ask each generation, what makes for a good leader, and I'm going to get out of the photos, we're seeing a bit of a leadership revolution across generations. And when I show what changes here, right, strong communications is the universal North Star. It's not a surprise. It's number 3 across generations. It reflects our, I think, hyper-connected era where kind of clarity cuts through complexity and ambiguity. Woe those of us that speak multiple languages and had to adapt to become good communicators, but practice makes perfect. But you look at number 2, and Gen Z places emotional intelligence as their second highest priority, right? I mean, striking departure from other generations where it was number 5. That, I think, signals a demand that they want leaders who understand them. They want leaders who understand the human dimensions of work. They want leaders who understand that it is complex to come to work every day motivated and be hyper-productive in this hyper-connected world that always expects more of us on a yearly basis. And this, I think, on the third one, the generational barometer, the trust barometer, is pretty revealing, right? Boomers build trust on ethical behavior. That's kind of their number 1. Millennials prioritize adaptability. And I think formative experiences at different times, they fundamentally shape leadership expectations. And so what we're looking at and what we're looking for in leaders is shifting. And then objective decision-making, I think, is also a fascinating split. So it's 3rd for millennials. I think they crave data-driven leadership, so maybe that's good for me, given how many data points I'm showing you, but I think that's kind of coming. They came of age during the financial crisis, and what they could measure kind of helped them see where they would go. Gen Z ranks at 6th, so maybe they value purpose more over objectivity. And I think innovative spirit is probably the biggest divide. Top 5 priority for Gen Z, nearly last for boomers. So I think that also values the disruption versus the stability that kind of came at formative times in their lives. So we're going to play a little bit of an exercise. We're going to play a guessing game, get our blood flowing. It's just going to be show of hands. We're going to do old school. And this is all about perception. So in our global employee surveys, the top 5 leadership traits that you saw there, guess which ones people thought were more demonstrated by women, men, or equally by both. We're going to start with strong communications. Number 1 trait people value. Show of hands. Who thinks people perceive this trait as most frequently demonstrated by men? All right, a little bit less than half the room. Okay, so the answer is that while most picked equally, 34% picked women, 25% picked men. What about objective decision making? How many folks think people perceive this trait as most frequently demonstrated by men? All right, entire room. And if you look, demonstrated equally, but yes, when you look at the split, that is the perception. What about the other ones? Last one, and I'll walk through the other ones quickly. Emotional intelligence. Top 2 leadership trait for Gen Z. Who thinks respondents perceive this trait to be most frequently demonstrated by women? All right, I don't know if I would get the same answer asking a room full of men. You are correct. Massively. So imagine what that means for Gen Z who is in the workforce, continues to enter the workforce, but does not see enough female leaders or female managers or even just female employees around them. We're going to walk through the last 2 quickly. Adaptable to change. Yes, demonstrated equally, but when split, skews towards being perceived as demonstrated more by women. And ethical behavior, same. So, 4 out of 5. All right, so when you think about it that way, this exercise was not meant, to say these traits are demonstrated by one or they're demonstrated by another sex. The exercise was really to showcase there's a paradox. We're talking about lacking women's participation at work. We're talking about lacking women in leadership. And yet for the top 5 traits that different generations value, people perceive women on the majority of them as demonstrating them more often. So I'll leave you with that. We're going to go quickly to fostering women's leadership and what that means. So a few more final talking points here before the next the next panel really digs into some of the solutions. I mentioned earlier, Gen Z kids are appending our world upside down. I think in a good way on most days. But like, what does that mean at work? Practically, Gen Z and millennials expect to see leaders that reflect them. I don't think this is a surprise. But to them, this is a critical success factors, right? 64% of Gen Z cited seeing their background in key leaders, race, gender, education, sexuality as the most important indicator of their own success. They see that as an indicator of their success. Mentorship, sponsorship, connectivity, etc. Less than 50% of boomers said the same thing. The part that was a massive surprise to me is that many of them have already started leaving jobs because they don't feel there's enough gender balance at work. So imagine as more Gen Z enter the workplace, and I think this is particularly prevalent and has a lot of implications for industries where it's been harder to find and retain talent, right? It's an imperative, and this imperative is getting stronger and stronger. So I think that is good hope. And when we look at the number one reason workers are dissatisfied with their leaders and their managers, we see favoritism, biases, lack of diversity and inclusivity, all the way to the top. This data is pretty similar for women and men, right? Like as I talked about earlier, we're solving a broader issue in terms of our economic growth, but I think there is hope and there is an imperative for women in leadership and for women at work that we're starting to see through the generational changes that we hadn't necessarily seen before. Now, we know that companies with diverse workplaces perform better, and they do attract more women in the workplace and women leaders. And I think we need to address this from the first step of the employment ladder all the way up to the top one. So I'm going to leave you with a few thoughts, and I think the next panel is picking up a little bit more in terms of some of the solutioning. When we look at the number, oh, it did not move. Maybe I'm on the wrong slide, but it's not moving anymore. There we go. If we look at the costs of inaction and some solutioning, right? I talked about the missing trillion in America. So that's a $1 trillion annual hemorrhage in turnover costs. Just think about what we could do with that, right? I mean, you've seen recently lots of numbers being displayed on where we can cut, but imagine if we could actually save this and deploy it elsewhere. That's a preventable expense, not entirely, but to some extent that I think strategic investment in women's leadership could significantly reduce. And I think there's 4 critical pathways, and I see the panel standing there. So after we get through questions, I hope they're going to pick up some of these. And you know, Victoria and others earlier today talked about some of them. So care work, meaningful support for care work. Number 1, already a huge issue, already a huge disparity. You know, women spend 3 times more of their day on unpaid care than men. In some countries, it's 10 times. And when you look at that and you look at a rapidly aging population, guess what's going to happen? It's not going to be just childcare and a little bit of elder care. It's going to be childcare and a lot of elder care. So 1 in 5 employees today have left jobs due to caregiving responsibilities. That's falling disproportionately on women. When we think back to that labor force participation rate, very hard to move the needle if we don't solve this. And this isn't just a private sector issue, right? If we have to have policies and we have to have support for this more broadly. Creating fair, equitable, and flexible workspaces. It kind of feels like, of course we have to have that. But 62% of women still experience gender biases at work. That does not make it easy. 45% of women exited organizations because of flexibility. And guess what happened during COVID, right? First, many women were in the front line and in service jobs and laws jobs, but then as flexible options came aboard, more women started re-entering the workplace because of those flexible options. Now we've gone backwards, and we're seeing the same shift of women exiting workplaces because they're not finding the flexibility. When you think about AI, and we talked about that as being one of the revolutions, we know 5, 10, up to 50% of a job, depending on the function that you're in, is going to be changed or replaced by AI. So it's a great time to rethink not only how do we do our jobs with AI, how do we improve our productivity as a company, as a country with AI, but also much more specifically, if I have 20% of productivity improvement in my job, does that mean my job can be actually more flexible? Can I think of a flexible solution? Or what if we share a 50% productivity? Can she do 50 and can I do 50 for the period of time when we need more flexible work? People aren't talking about that. They're talking about finding ways to save with the productivity. They're not finding ways to create more flexible workplaces for us as a result of that. The third one is really taking action beyond words. I hope everyone in this room has been a sponsor. It means something different than being a mentor. A mentor is great, but a sponsor means I'm using my political capital to elevate you, or you're using your political capital to elevate me. And that's a big, big difference. About 15% of women believe that gender representation is naturally going to balance out over time. So unless we actually can do something on the action points here, it will not happen. And the last one, redefine the meaning and the possibilities of leadership. Part of why I like to study human trends and I like to study how people are changing, whether it's generationally or through technology or through any of the other influences, is because what my grandmother valued, who fought in World War II, is very different in some ways than what I value. And is very different in other ways than what kids value. And work has changed, right? We are decomposing the kind of hierarchical structures in many ways that came out of a post-World War II military complex. So, I shared on some of the values and what the younger generations want in leadership. Think about what that means and think about how we can all take advantage of that and move us forward in terms of having more women participate in the labor force and future women's leadership. So I know the next panel is going to talk more about that, I hope, so I'm not going to get into this. We heard a lot of speakers today, and I think the questions aren't so much about what we know or the data points that we know, but the commitments. What are we going to do? What are you going to do next quarter or this year? What am I going to do? And then what are all our male allies? Many of you here, thank you, by the way, for being here for the whole day, and those that are not in this room going to commit to and do, because we need many of us to solve this, and we need many of us marching together in the future. Thank you. I think we have 4 minutes for Q&A. So are there any questions? I think you can put them into, okay.
What's an example where women don't have the same legal rights? Or I can't remember what you said at the beginning.
That they don't have the same legal rights, yeah.
What's an example of that?
I mean, equal pay for equal work, the ability to ask for flexibility, security, safety. There's lots that still remain. The World Bank's Women, Business, and the Law publishes this amazing index that looks at 20 plus factors across every single country in the world and basically shows that kind of where we are in comparison. And the US is not as high as I would have expected when I first opened it, so plenty to look at there. Any other questions? I know we have Slido up, but. Oh. Well, I'd like to think that I talked about the key being some of the key ways of empowering women on things that we can do nationally on a corporate basis versus things that we can do personally. I've always been a believer in you can't change what you don't measure. So I believe in transparency, I believe in measuring data, and I believe in moving us along and figuring out and having that accountability in terms of how we move forward. But all of the 4 things that I talked about, unless we fix care, unless we truly focus on sponsorship, unless we truly focus on having flexible workplaces and redefine what we expect from leaders, it's going to be very difficult to empower women as a whole. An example of a woman leader who has inspired me and why. I am not a fan of this question, I got to tell you. And I'll tell you why. Because, I've lived in multiple different continents. I speak 6 languages. I have an accent in every single one at this point. And I think I think it does a disservice when we just ask for one person. Because I think of 50 women at the same time and I say, wow, so-and-so empowered me because they started 15 years ago, this was in Illinois, at PepsiCo, talking about how it makes it difficult in the structures that we live in today when we've lost the ability of having grandparents help us with children, have working women, because it means we have to rely on infrastructure that isn't there in many countries. I don't know, I met Christine Lagarde a few years ago and she said to me, well, you gotta have the skin of an alligator. Just everything has to just like roll off of you. So the list is like 50. And for me, it's not about there's just one. We all bring different strengths. So whenever I talk to somebody, I think, what am I gonna walk away with and learn in this conversation? And I think, to me, that's a better way of kind of moving forward than saying there's just one. There's lots of many. Company organization provide innovative solutions in supporting women leaders. I think the best companies that do this are the ones that actually listen and then move forward. I mean, Synchrony, I think, is a great one. I remember meeting your CEO probably 13 years ago now at Women in the World. And guess what? Their table of delegates, all C-suite and executives, all women. I couldn't count that many women at that level in most organizations, 12 to 13 years ago. And so they've really, really followed and continued to support each other to do that. And I think if you do that, then you can move forward. I think boomers and Gen Z have a lot to learn from each other. I think they often don't spend enough time together, and especially now. And I'm a little bit worried about the number of boomers that are exiting because I think we're seeing huge knowledge loss, and no, it is not all in an AI model. So I think finding ways to cross-connect and fostering those, I've seen coffee chats be incredibly effective. I've seen targeted reverse mentoring programs both ways be incredibly effective. Gen Z's interest in an AI manager with preference for emotional intelligence in leaders. I think we have to remember that AI is available anytime, any place, anywhere. It does not, I don't have to worry about what questions I'm asking it. Yes, I have to worry about some forms of biases, but I don't have to worry about it if I'm asking it a question negatively affecting how that manager thinks of me. So yes, they would prefer emotional intelligence in leaders, but I think if you've looked at the statistics, depending on how you're interacting with AI, in some cases they find them to be more emotionally supportive than humans, which says a lot about humans. So I'm going to try to answer the last one in 50 seconds. Given the demographic trends and the need for flexibility to keep women. That's a great question. I think it's a complex one. So RTO mandates are good and real in some jobs, but not good and real in all jobs. And I think we've seen lots of stories that say that, people in, let's say, some technology jobs had two full-time jobs during COVID, and that because they were remote, nobody could track them and nobody knew, and they were worried about their productivity. And there is a real challenge as well in the sense that we don't yet know how to train people effectively and pass on the knowledge effectively when we are remote, right? We do apprenticeship really well in person. We don't do apprenticeship really well remotely. So there's a whole host of things that we need to think about, but going one way or the other extremely is not the right answer. Thank you.
So good afternoon. Wow, I know who I'm inspired by and the message she just shared with us. Anna, if you're still in here, thank you for sharing that. That was kind of very opening. And what was very clear in this, Anna, I just gave you some kudos. Thank you for your message. You know what did we learn? And we all know this here, when we invest in women, you know, we are building stronger, better lives for so much more than just that one person. Everything demonstrates that. We invest in longer and more fulfilling lives and more prosperous economies. You know, the McKinsey Health Institute published a report at the end of last year that basically said, if we invest more in women, that can translate into $1 trillion a year more. So for every $3, that equates so that's $3 for every $1 invested in women's health, kind of back into society. And I'm not even going to go into all the statistics we've all seen related to what businesses look like when women lead those businesses. They perform at very high levels. So let's just get started. Wanted to set this up. My name's Jeff Terry. I'm the Vice President of Corporate Social Responsibility and Sustainability at GAF. It's a roofing company, a roofing manufacturer and waterproofing manufacturer, but we're not going to talk about that because I've spent 30 years working in business development, organizational development, social impact development, and international development. And one of the consistencies that I've experienced through that 30-plus year career is every company, organization, cause I've been a part of has had incredible women leadership. And in fact, my career, much to Mark's point earlier, has only benefited because of the partnerships, the leadership that I've had in my life, in my family today, and growing up, in every organization and business I've been a part of. It's helped us be successful. But you don't want to hear from me. You want to hear from these incredible people that I have up here with me. Yeah, you want to hear me? Yeah. So first and foremost, at my far right, I'd like to introduce Julie Willig. She is the Chief Operating Officer at Girl Up. Whoop, whoop, incredible organization. Barbara Langley, Director of the Center for Women's Economic Empowerment at CIPE, which is the Center for International Private Enterprise. And to my immediate right is Mia Keys, Director of Global Health and Innovation at Hologic. And we're going to talk a little bit about building on much of what Anna shared with us, and talking about kind of the ongoing process of learning and evolving as a leader. Kind of it never stops, and it happens at every stage of our lives and our careers. Kind of what powerful programs, allies, can dramatically improve your leadership development. This session is going to explore successful mentorship, scholarship, kind of youth leadership, cultivation efforts, and other experiences that have helped shape your careers, and we need to focus on, especially as we address kind of and learn kind of the new developments and expectations of future generations, as well as our existing kind of generations today. So let's start. Let's jump in. We would love to learn a little bit more about each one of you. Talk to us a little bit about your leadership journey, and has there been any elements or experiences or catalytic moments kind of that have helped you find clarity in your path in your life and in your career and the work that you're driving for your organizations and for yourself? Julie, you want to start?
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you so much, Jeff, and for having me today. As I was reflecting on this, I'll have a chance to speak a little bit more about Girl Up in a moment, but I was 15 years ago part of a team of 3 that launched Girl Up as part of an initiative really focused in the U.S. to build gender advocates here, and have been able to, Rebecca mentioned this earlier, but grow up through the ranks. And here 15 years later, leading our global operations and bringing our programming to scale. And for me, Jeff, it was more, as I reflected, more of, I think, themes that I saw consistently year over year, and the ability to identify and propose a solution, maybe before even someone identified a problem, and having someone who was able to say, sure, try it, got out of my way, gave me the freedom, the confidence, supported me to put something out there, the ability to, I know people say, fail forward, and to take an idea, to know that the people around you supported you, that you had that supportive ecosystem to learn from each other. Our organization is all women, all female right now, has been, and I think that sense of and that commitment to feminist leadership that I'm eager to dig into in this conversation has really been my supportive scaffolding in my ability to take on a new challenge every single year, and to have that, like I said, that confidence to do it. I know everyone, I'm sure everyone has, in a moment of time, had that imposter syndrome. And I think it's having your community around you that helps balance any of that imposter syndrome.
Awesome, thanks. Barbara?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think, first of all, I just am very humbled to be here with you today and to be speaking on this subject. It's such a room full of powerful leaders. So, thank you to Shanique and Mark and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation team for offering me this opportunity to share my story. And I think, when I reflect on my career, I was a young woman in a very rural part of Pennsylvania once upon a time who decided that she was really interested in foreign relations and wanted to study Russian and international studies. And her parents, my parents, I'm talking about myself. So, and so my parents were like encouraging me, but they also said, can you please get a teaching degree with that? Because what are you gonna do with that degree? And when I got to DC, I was very comfortable being the backbencher and really being the person that facilitated the work of my peers, of my bosses, the leadership of our organization. And it really took, great mentors to push me to really think beyond what I was, currently doing. And so in 2009, I was given a role as Deputy Director for the Middle East and North Africa Division at the International Republican Institute. And our leadership brought in an executive coach to do management training for us. And at that time, it was so eye-opening just in terms of talking about these very strategic skills in listening and learning, and just really understanding that we manage things and lead people. And I've carried that throughout my career and really embody the lessons that I've learned in management training, from everything from how I hire people to how I do performance evaluations, how I engage with local partners, and just everything that I do in my day-to-day. And I was also able to continue that sort of professional development journey through the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation's Institute for Organization Management, which really helped with nonprofit leadership and whatnot. So it's a bit of education, a bit of mentorship, and a lot of coaching.
I wish and I hope we can have lunch together at some point. The two of you, we've of course touched base before coming to the stage, but it's illuminating to listen to your stories, and I think a lot of what you both shared is also a part of my leadership journey, and so I'm not copying, I'm flattering, but what you initially shared about community and what you just said, Barbara, about managing things and leading people, both of those resonate with me, and I'm going to put a spin on that as I tell my story. So, and I also thank the coordinators for bringing us here today, and you all as well. So how many of you have had a scenario in your life where you're in the thing that you're experiencing, but then you have this almost like clairvoyant voice, that's you, that speaks to you and says, this moment is going to matter however many years from now, however many moments from now. All of us have likely had that. And if you haven't, it's probably because you told yourself that, oh, that's not really what that feeling was, right? Which I think sometimes goes back to that imposter syndrome, that ability to intuit why what you're going through matters for the larger picture. So I'm also from Pennsylvania. I'm from Philly originally, although DC is home. And I was quite clear after I graduated from college that I wanted to be involved in something medical-ish, medically. I didn't want to be a doctor, although I studied all the sciences, but I wanted to be a part of some sort of health conversation, public health conversation, which pushed forward, the optimization of health for all. And at that point, most people were talking about a new national healthcare system. This was like the days of Romney Care and before the ACA went into effect, and a broad conversation around health, at least stateside, and of course global conversations around how do we, the United States, this particular power, be of help in a broad, sustainable way to other countries around the world. And through my networks, through my community, I was able to leverage a fellowship. I served as a Barbara Jordan Health Policy Scholar to the Kaiser Family Foundation, which is a program that's no longer in existence, but that really just jump-started me into so many spaces. And from relationships that I gleaned there, I was able to just move around literally the world. And on one occasion, I moved to South Africa. I moved to South Africa, but then after that, I moved to Indonesia. I had a Fulbright fellowship in Indonesia, ended up staying there for like 3.5 years. And there was a time where, and if any of you have been to Indonesia, it's the largest Islamic nation in the world. Women, irrespective of your religiosity, you've got to be able to comport yourself in a very specific way. If for not for cultural respect, then certainly out of safety. And so while I didn't necessarily cover, I stuck out like a sore thumb. I lived by myself. I exercised by myself, and this is just something that women just do not do, especially in rural areas of Indonesia. And I paint that picture because there was a moment where my house literally flooded. The house that I was living in by myself, which, by the way, I had to get permission from the RW, which is just like the little mayor of the street, to live there. And my kitchen was actually outside. My bathroom was outside of the house, and monsoon rains poured into the hold of the kitchen and the bathroom, which again was outside, and flooded into my main house. There was a family of about 9 people living next door to me, 6 of them kids, all of them this size. And I don't know how, but they must have cleaned up the monsoon that happened in their house and then came to my house. My door was not open, I don't think. So I think they actually climbed over the wall, but they came with buckets in hand. And somehow we formed this line where for about an hour and a half, we're just pouring water out into their yard, basically, out of my house and into their yard. And while we're doing this, I'm like, what would have happened if I were here by myself? There's no way you can stop a flood, whether that flood is actual rains or if that flood is the rains of political movements, the rains of pressures, the rains of, oh my goodness, I have to perform at a certain level, and if I don't, I will drown. Right, and so I had this very clairvoyant moment this very clairvoyant thought in that moment that this would matter in terms of how I would forever move for the rest of my life. I would always count on community, and everybody in line has a role and a very specific job to do, and we can all be saviors to one another.
Thanks, each one of you. Incredible. Yeah, I'm inspired by all 3 of you as well. I'd love for each of you to share a little bit about what your organization does in development and leadership development, and if you could touch in kind of where you focus, whether it's youth, it's internationally. Let's kind of combine our thoughts on sharing with that. Julie, you want to start us again?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So Girl Up is a girls leadership development organization, and we are powering an interconnected global community of feminist leaders to drive change forward. And our vision is a more gender just, a more equal world where society trusts youth and supports youth to be the ones driving forward the change we want to see in the world. And so how we do it, we have four pillars of action. We focus on youth leadership development through digital, in-person trainings, and programming. We advance youth-led action and advocacy through direct investments, financial investments, and social investments in youth and their skill building and their mentorship and their connections. We also ensure that youth are convening and part of that supportive community, able to be in bold spaces, safe spaces together, but also access global stages. And then also building partnerships along with other feminist movements. So we have to date engaged 345 youth in more than 150 countries around the world through a very youth-led, grassroots, locally led approach.
Thank you. Barbara.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. The Center for International Private Enterprise, or CIPE, as we commonly call it, because we're in Washington and we all speak in acronyms, correct? So, so CIPE is a business-oriented, non-governmental, non-profit organization that is affiliated with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, as well as the National Endowment for Democracy. The work that we do is in emerging markets and in developing democracies abroad, and really focusing on programs that serve at the intersection of free markets and democratic reforms. The projects that we do everything from anti-corruption and governance to entrepreneurship, business advocacy, strong associations and chambers of commerce, corporate governance, trade, accountable investment, digital economy and governance. But we also have a primary focus on women's economic empowerment in these countries. And the programs that we do are really focused at three different levels. First and foremost, we're working on building entrepreneurial skills and leadership skills so that women in these developing democracies and markets have the tools and resources and network that they need to succeed. And then we work on building collaborative spaces, so taking those individuals and helping them build the kind of business networks they need for strong supply chains and efficiencies and connections, to scale up their businesses, not just to start up new businesses. And then finally, we're even thinking, as the broader business enabling environment, and how do you look at policy reform? So for those of you that may have followed Suzanne Clark, she talked about in her the State of American Business, she talked about how business is local. And so we really employ that, that belief and make it actionable in emerging markets. And what that means is building strong chambers of commerce, similar to the one that we're in here right now, strong women business networks, strong women business associations, that really can be the voice of women and the laws that govern them and their businesses. And I have to say, actually, that we have one of our dear partners here with us today from the Women's Chamber of Industry and Commerce in Sri Lanka. Sarah, if you want to just give a little wave. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. But there's so much more to talk about, but I know that time is precious, so I'll save some of my examples for the other questions.
I'm having more fun, I think, than anybody just listening to all of this. So I'm with Hologic. It's a women's health and innovation company, and many of you have likely come across a Hologic device in your health journeys. So anyone who's ever had a mammogram or a pap smear or HPV-related test or something having to do with bone density scanning in relation to menopause, you've come across a Hologic product more than likely. So I've been with the company now about 3.5 years. Well, I'm sorry, it'll be 3 years in June. And I serve as its Director of Global Health and Innovation. And primarily what that means on a day-to-day basis is I help to manage how Hologic shows up globally through our Global Women's Health Index, which is, as it sounds, it's an index on the health of women across the world. And we partner with Gallup to put out this survey to 97%, a number that represents 97% of the adult population, to essentially talk to them about, well, what's going on in terms of women's health? What are your perceptions? And these are women and girls themselves and the people who love them speaking to these issues. And we do so across 5 different areas. We ask questions about preventive health. We ask questions about just basic needs. Are you able to meet your basic day-to-day needs? And if so, tell us about that. If not, tell us about that. We ask questions having to do with physical health as well as emotional well-being. We ask questions on the survey certainly related to just quality of care and also pain. And so, the story is bleak everywhere in the world, which is women, especially compared to previous years, and I'm not just even comparing this to COVID, but women are sicker, more worried, more anxious, having greater troubles and anxieties related to accessing quality, affordable care that they feel, as well as a trustworthy provider, being able to disclose certain elements of themselves, are having trouble just, all of the speakers today have talked about this, how women really do bear the brunt of not just what's happening within their own families, but also certainly their communities. My favorite writer in the world was Zora Neale Hurston. And for those of you, especially because this is Black History Month, so I have to give a nod to Zora Neale Hurston. But she said, women are the mules of the world. And, or she wrote, really, women are the mules of the world. And if you've not read Zora Neale Hurston, please go pick up her book. I don't think it's banned at this point, but pick up the book. And so, I say all that to say, we use data that's driven by women's actual voices to then bring those data back to the countries themselves and say, this is the story of the women in your nation. And you do what you will to help empower the women of your microcosmic world. And hopefully that means galvanizing policy changes, processes internal related to workplace and support of women on a local level in terms of local business. So that's what I do.
We're going to extend this panel for 30 minutes. I'm just letting everybody know because we're just getting started. Actually, amen. I mean, one of the things I would love real quick from each one of you, what is the most, we saw from Anna some of the kind of those leadership attributes and traits that people are looking for today. Through your work, what is the most important leadership? This is probably not a fair question, but what is a critically important leadership attribute that you all are focused on? Quickly, and then I want to jump right into a kind of what does that mean? How do you deliver that in your work?
Yeah, happy to start. So Girl Up, I mentioned this at the top, but we really center and prioritize feminist leadership, which we see as, and I see as, it's more than more women leaders, which of course we need, but it is a mindset, it is an approach to leadership that is collaborative, that is empathic, that is about sharing the power and sharing the stage, bringing others along with us rather than elbowing others out. I think it's really it's an alternative to the traditional hierarchical, patriarchal versions of what people often think of as the standard leadership and what we should be. So it's not, for me, feminist leadership isn't about becoming part of the mold or even building a new mold. It's really about breaking that construct. So that's kind of our vision of feminist leadership briefly, and then in next questions I'll touch on it. But for Girl Up, our leadership framework is based on leader of self, self-worth, confidence, resiliency, as well as peer leadership, being able to have that community work with others, and then change leadership. All to what end? How are we advancing the issues that we care about and really taking our ideas to action?
I think for me, the sort of characteristic that I think about all the time is self-awareness. I think each of us have a unique talent and skill set that just flows from us naturally, that is both a strength and a weakness. And until you can really learn to embody other styles of leadership, you're not necessarily reaching your full potential in terms of how you handle any given situation. Because you might face a crisis, for example, that is going to require a different skill set than what you possess naturally. I often tell the story of being a young manager at the International Republican Institute, and my goal was to establish a country chapter for women political participation in the country of Georgia. And our regional director at the time was a very intimidating older man, a lawyer by profession. And I was going in and sitting in his office and just, chatting him up about the weather and his family and all these things, and I was getting nowhere fast. And it wasn't until I just simply told him, this is what I need to do. I've got money to do this. What is the value in this for you, and how do we make this work? Once I started to overcome and get down to brass tacks, then I was able to make a move.
Trustworthiness is always going to be something that is my North Star. And I think it's because of what Barbara's mentioned, as well as what Julie has mentioned, in terms of bringing people to the table and finding a way to really get through to folk in a language that they speak and a language that's resonant with them. And so, this is for me, but I think it also speaks to Hologic as well. One of our taglines is the science of sure. And it's really this idea that data around women's health is a sure thing. We should take it as it is. Women's voices are data. We should believe what the data say, and by virtue of believing what the data say, we believe what women say. And that is also what I try to focus on, especially I think because we live in Washington, D.C. I've worked on the Hill for a number of years. A part of being able to get something across the goal line is that the other person on the other side has to trust what I say, and trust that I've got not just my interest at heart, but when I move, we move, and I think I'll just leave it at that, Jeff.
Yeah, that's great. Guys, we could go so much deeper here. I want to start participating with the audience here to some extent as well, so I may kind of move us in a little different direction. I love this question. How has mentorship and sponsorship, I'm going to change it a little bit, kind of impacted your leadership journey, or how do you deploy that today in the work that you do for others? And I would also add, sponsorship, scholarship, allyship, would love your perspectives. Barbara, you want to lead us here?
I would love to, and I'm going to take it in the direction of talking about one of SIPE's sort of hallmark programs that is, quite frankly, for any investors in the room, ready to franchise. We host women's business resource centers around the world. We have them in Guatemala, Ethiopia, Papua New Guinea, and Azerbaijan at the moment. And what they are is a brick and mortar safe place where women can come and get the entrepreneurial and leadership skills and training that they need to succeed to start up and scale up businesses. It's a very simple concept, and many others have done similar things. But it's more than that. We offer a co-working space. So at any given time, we have dozens of businesses that are being run and operated out of this space. We offer a daycare facility so that when you're planning to come, you're able to sign up your children to make sure that they've got a safe caregiver that's been trained, that understands the protocols and expectations that we have of childcare. And then we also work to connect to other services in the community. So for example, as we're going through these training programs, women are self-reporting to us that they are survivors of domestic violence. This is not our area of expertise whatsoever, but we have a duty of care, right? And so it's very easy for us to work with other civil society organizations in the community that focus on domestic violence, on healthcare, or just to refer those services and to open that network. So it's really a hub that is buzzing with anything that a woman might need to succeed. And again, getting back to all business being local, our Women's Business Resource Center in Guatemala is located in the city of Quetzaltenango, which is largely an indigenous community kind of population. And it has now helped to open, I think, more than 6 new businesses and employ more than 500 citizens in the community. And so for a country like Guatemala and a city like Quetzaltenango, that is hope, that is economic growth, that is prosperity. And I hate to make too much of a stretch, but these are now people that don't feel the need to emigrate to the United States. So the work that we do is really in the U.S. national security interest as well.
Mia, would you like to go?
Yes, I'd venture to say that there's not been one element of my professional life that hasn't been touched by mentorship or sponsorship. And with that said, because that's the case, I really also, it's incumbent upon me to make sure that to the extent that I can, with my resources, mainly my time and my energy, to be of mentorship primarily, and in some ways sponsorship to others. But when I think about earlier, I briefly mentioned that I spent some time in South Africa, and I was there to conduct research related to HIV and AIDS and male circumcision. Now, for many of you who know anything about South Africa, we're two generations really beyond apartheid. And so the generations born after the striking down of apartheid are called the born free generation. And so a lot of the cultural elements related to health are tied into no longer being under the apartheid regime. And I mention that because there was no reason why an American woman whose native languages were not at all anything remotely related to South Africa, although I am Black, why was I doing male circumcision work? And it's because someone vouched for me. Someone vouched and said that this person has come over from the United States to do very good work. And had it not been for that woman, and she was very high up in the public health ministry, for me to come in and do that work, I wouldn't have been able to not only deliver an excellent product, I must say, to the organization that I had come to work with, but it was also a point for me, again, to, similar to that flood story that I mentioned to you, where it occurred to me like, this is going to matter in terms of the way that I move from now on. There's someone who I don't necessarily see who can be a part of a team and really build something up. There's someone whose voice will matter in terms of the output in a very unique way. And so I need to make sure that I'm also opening my eyes and my ears. And I think that that's what I look out for when I'm looking to either be mentored or to mentor someone else.
Thank you, Mia. Julie, anything you'd like to share?
Yeah, I think it's very much similar to what Anna shared earlier. I can't point to one because there have been so many and in different situations. I think that is the core of Girl Up, and our approach to youth leadership development is that you have that mentor and you have that sponsor. You have someone who believes in you. You have that sense of social belonging. The data and the research shows that just having a community, that sense of social belonging, has an incredible impact on your future well-being. And I saw a question on there too, so I'll try to weave in and speak to that as well, on just the importance as we look at leadership and mentorship and paying it forward of starting early, because sense of self and self-worth begins at such a young age, adolescence, if not earlier, and we know that there are tools that we can develop and skills that we can develop, and especially for young people, they're stepping out into the world for the first time, often without parents or caregivers, where they're influenced by their peers. And how are they navigating that world? What are the tools that we're giving them? And we see from, I'm not a doctorate, but we've built our framework on strong evidence from neuroscience studies that show that when you increase resilience, and resilience is not a fixed trait, it is malleable. And when you increase resilience, you see the long-term impact of that. You see improved economic success. When you have social capital, ability to have political and economic mobility. So it's in addition to the tangible skills, and so often what you focus on, that self-worth, that confidence, that resilience, and exposure to that, and having that support at such a young age through programs, through mentorship, through sponsorship, is paramount to that long-term success, and I would say to the future of our world too.
Well, thank you all three. Thank you. The questions are fantastic. I would encourage everybody, kind of after this, in the reception, to come up and spend some more time, because there were great questions here. And we're going to be around. Hopefully you all are going to stick around and be here to engage longer. Please, everybody, Julie, Barbara, Mia, thank you guys for sharing your experience, your journey, and your time today.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. And can we just have a round of applause for that last panel? Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Mia. Thank you, Barbara. That was fantastic. It was great to hear about all the great work that you all are doing and how you have approached leadership, and hearing about your sort of those formative moments. Mia talking about that time in Indonesia. Wow, yeah. It made me think about some of those moments for myself and where I've thought, okay, this is a turning point. Anyway, so first I want to say thank you all for taking the time to join us today. This has been such a change in terms of how we've approached the event, in terms of making it more interactive and having an opportunity for us to connect and have those conversations. I would like to start by thanking our strategic partners, the U.S. Department of State, our sponsors, Edward Jones, ExxonMobil, Synchrony, Kimberly-Clark, and Sunbelt Rentals. I also hope you had a chance to try the Just Iced Tea in the reception room, and we want to thank Just Iced Tea for providing our culinary experience today. So, today's International Women's Day Forum focused on celebrating the many ways women and girls contribute to their communities. It also highlighted the crucial role of the business community, public sector, and nonprofits in advancing these issues that are so near and dear to us. And with that, I have a question for you. Now, you know we've been using Slido throughout the day, and I could not end without bringing Slido back. Okay, so the question is, which session resonated the most with you today? I'll give you a few. And just as a recap, this morning we heard from entrepreneurs who discussed their entrepreneurial journeys in the domestic and global markets. There were discussions around the importance of short-term and long-term planning for financial resilience and wealth building. How do all of us plan for the expected and the unexpected events that can impact our own financial resilience? Our sessions continued with highlighting various components of leadership and ways to define and develop those qualities in various areas. Perhaps I speak for myself here, but it was my first time learning about the neuroscience of leadership and considering my giving profile. So have you all explored the neuroscience of leadership before today? Oh, okay, I guess it's only me that's new to it. Now, of course, there are other topics that resonated with us, as demonstrated by the various responses to this Slido question. I see honest discussion. I see the neuroscience of leadership, fully agree. And women's leadership and empowerment. I see the financial impact of caregiving. So definitely quite a lot. And thank you all for participating in the Slido questions throughout the day. I want to say, again, thank you for joining us and to celebrate the progress, potential, and positive impact of women and girls. And we encourage all of you to continue to do the important work and to let us all continue to make a difference together. Thank you, and look forward to seeing you at the reception. Thank you all.